And we're back to part 3 of Post-Stormblood storyline in Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, I did my promise. We're gonna continue today straight on to the... Oh wait, before we do that we must go to accept the New Game Plus. The last part in Stormblood. After that, we can then start Shadowbringers. The shadow of mystery deepens as the man who wears Xenos' face continues to move unchecked, sowing the seed of strife from the heart to the Empire. All indications point to Asian machinations, and the arrival of a messenger at the Rising Stones set the Scions of the Seventh Dawn upon a path rifled with peril towards an unknowable destination. Let's commence. So yeah, last time we learned that Xenos is alive. Well, a body of him that's now being controlled by Asian. And also the unfortunate demise of Yotsuyu, who regained her memories and turned into a primal. Do you have anything new to say? Okay, you don't have nothing new. So then, Alize. What's new? I should also add my reading glasses. Oh, Leo. If you come here hoping for news, I'm afraid there isn't any. Aww. Everything's exactly as it was. Y'shtela's still investigating primals in the Far East. Thancred is still gathering intelligence in the Imperial provinces. Alphino is still out there somewhere. There's been no word since his first scheduled report, nor does he respond to calls. And all the while I'm just meant to sit around here waiting. It's driving me mad. Begging your pardons, I bear a message from the Eorzean Alliance. Thank the gods for that. We have a visitor. Welcome to the Rising Stones. If you have a message, I should be most eager to hear it. My lady, the Alliance leadership will soon convene to discuss the matter of Asian interference, and they humbly request the presence of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Having assessed intelligence provided by the Alamigan resistance concerning the whereabouts of Xenos' remains, they too suspect Asian involvement, and wish to deliberate a suitable course of action. As the foremost authorities of your foe, your Order's counsel would be most welcome. Of course, we should be glad to assist in whatever way we can. With almost everyone else afield, I'd say this one falls to us, by which I mean I'm not going on my own. You'll come with me, I trust. Of course I will. If it's about Asians, then I'm all about it. There you have it. We'll accept the invitation. Thank you. The time and date of the meeting will be shared in due course, but I can confirm that the council will take place in Alamigo. By your leave. I somehow doubt we'll have anything useful to offer, but standing mutely at a meeting would still be better than the nothing I've been doing of late. Let's make ready to depart, shall we? Thancred? What's going on, man? Alright, just be careful on the road back, you hear? Did I hear right, Real? Is Thancred coming back? Aye, there he is. Says he's acquired some important intelligence. Being in Guardian territory, though, he couldn't risk sharing the particulars in case the Imperials were listening. So he said he'd be back as quick as he could, and to make sure someone was waiting for him in the Alamegan quarter. Understood. Leo and I will go. We're bound for Alamigo anyway, and there's sure to be time before their council begins. Come on, let's be off. So then, to Alamigo. Alamigo. Where to? Ah, there. The Alamegan quarter. Alamegan quarter, where everything quarter adjective is held it. Like the quarterbacks, the quarter coins, and all that jazz. There's no doubting your talent for espionage, but the journey is long and the border is heavily guarded. You did well to make it back in one piece. You two are sight for sore eyes. All I need is water and for my parched throat. Fetch me a cup, will you? Traipsing through the Imperial territory is thirsty work. Why, you didn't bring up water bottles with you?
God, I needed that.
I won't bother telling you to catch your breath. Whatever brought you galloping back to us, I assume it's urgent.
Quite. Without further ado, then. After the successful uprisings in Doma and Alamigo, rebels in several other provinces were inspired to follow suit. Unfortunately, they did not fare quite so well.
Oh.
The Dalmascans paid the heaviest price. For their defiance, the Emperor made a show of razing their capital to the ground, prompting many of their neighbors to abandon thoughts of resistance.
Oh no. Dalmasca.
But not all have given up on liberty. Heartened by the news of Doma's prisoner exchange, some still believe that the Empire may one day be amenable to negotiation. We have the shinobi to thank for spreading the good word. They have worked tirelessly to keep the subjugated informed, and a little knowledge can go a long way.
There is at least a spark of hope, then.
Mm-hmm.
A spark in want of kindling, yes. The Alliance has already begun supplying materiel to resistance movements abroad, many of whom would otherwise struggle to continue the fight. The support effort has been led by the Sultana and the Elder Seedseer, who have both seen enough Alamegan refugees to know the consequences of oppression. And for their troubles, they have quickly earned a reputation as folk heroes in certain corners of the Empire. That is all for the provinces. As for the Garlean motherland itself, our friends the Populares have suffered something of a setback, I regret to say. Talk is rife that Doma has summoned a primal, and the Empire's more liberal voices are being drowned out in the fearful clamor for retribution.
And who do they think orchestrated this summoning?
Oh, any but those truly responsible. Xenos has seen to that. Speaking of whom, the Crown Prince is recovering remarkably well. Well enough, in fact, to enable him to personally tour the provinces, putting the fear of the Emperor into the hearts of any would-be dissidents.
He walks in plain sight, and none suspect him. Then it's as we feared.
Yes. An Ascian wears his skin. But it was not that which brought me here in such haste. During my time in the provinces, I learned many things. Yet at no point did I hear any report of a Doman emissary in the capital.
But Alphonse should have arrived by now. Could they be holding him there in secret?
The possibility did cross my mind, but I have reason to believe he never reached his destination. As you know, Scions assigned to covert operations, such as Riol and myself, are issued special link pearls for communication in the event of an emergency. I mention this because it was originally Alphino's task to coordinate the response at headquarters, meaning he has one. And whose voice should I hear when mine recently crackled to life?
You spoke with Alphino?
Spoke with, no. I but heard his voice, and none too clearly at that. 2 words were all I could make out. The burn.
The wasteland on the edge of Otherd. Something must have happened to them there. There's no time to waste. We must make for the burn at once.
I had a feeling you might say that.
And? I can't very well sit around here drinking tea if Alphino's in trouble. You said yourself that this link pill was only to be used in emergencies. So I'm going, and that's the end of it.
Don't worry, I'm coming with you.
Oh, far be it from me to change your minds.
I'll leave the 2 of you to your task and see to my own. Although I am to neglect making preparations for the council, we must act swiftly before Alphino's trail goes cold. I propose we first pay Hien a visit. He's sure to want to hear about these developments, and he may well be able to advise us on how best to reach the burn. A sound plan. And Ishtola's in Doma, is she not? I dare say she'd join you in the search if you ask her nicely. While you see to all that, I shall go and report my findings to the Alliance. You may leave any preparations for the Council to me. Thank you, Thancred. Right. To Doma then. We have much and more to share with Y'shtola. Right then. Then there we shall go. Yeah. The Doman Enclave. Whoa. Hey, another lion, bro. There's Y'shtola. What's up, girl? That is curious indeed. While other matters demand my attention at present, I shall bear what you have told me in mind. Should you notice any change, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, my lady. You are most kind. Well, well, two faces from the dim and distant past. Come now, it hasn't been that long. Who was that we were speaking with? A local miner who supplies crystals from the rebuilding effort. Of late, he claims to have struggled to find a crystal with so much a trace of elemental energy. Upon learning that I had some knowledge of ether, he came seeking my counsel. Just now he brought me one of his recent finds. It was precisely as he described, devoid of elemental energy, and eerily reminiscent of the diaspected crystals that manifested in Eorzea in the days prior to the calamity. We would be wise to investigate this phenomenon more closely. Indeed. But on a more positive note, the locals seem to have taken a liking to you. More an interest in than a liking to, I think. The son of a Mikote with a peculiar contraption upon her head has a certain novelty value in these parts. Any actual regard they may have for me, I owe wholly to you and the others who came before. Everyone here has been exceedingly corroborative, and I'm pleased to report that I have all but concluded my investigation. Simply put, by focusing one's will upon an ether-infused object of worship, it is possible to conduct a summoning. So, the fact that they are objects of worship is the key? They are themselves infused with the requisite belief? Correct. Such sacred relics as the Kojin collect obviate the need of religious fervor in the summoner. Yotsuyu being the most obvious example. She had but to associate the artifact given to her by Asahi with the divine, and it served to amplify her desires and give them form. A form nourished through the power of crystals, also provided by her brother, and thus was Tsukuyomi brought into being. Which brings me to a question of the preventative measures, to which I have yet to find a satisfactory answer. At present, I know of naught that will avail us, save to keep watch over the movement of relics and crystals, as if we did not have enough to keep watch over them already. But I doubt you came all this way to hear that, which may be perused in a report. Has something happened to Alphino? Yeah. We might fear that he might be at the burn. I shall join you in this search, of course. Thank you, Y'shtola. I should be glad of your help, truly. Now, if there's nothing else, I shall go ahead and request an audience with Lord Hien. Alice puts on a brave face, but she has a little talent for concealment. We should join her at the Kien Khan. Yeah, let me in, please. Hey, Yugiri. I should not have allowed Master Alphino to leave without an escort. But it avails us not to dwell on the past. We must focus on what can be done now. There you are. I'll apprise Hien of the situation. My report can wait. Finding Alphino must take priority. Greetings, my friends. Alice has explained all to me. Needless to say, you shall have our full cooperation in the search, even if Alphino's trail does lead to the burn of all places. Nice to hear. So, the region known as the Burn occupies a special place in Garland history, Every child in the Empire is familiar with the tale. In the distant past, it was a verdant land teeming with life, but successive summonings saw it bled dry of ether and reduced to a desert. It was upon beholding the devastation that Primals had wrought that Emperor Solus was spurred to embark upon his crusade against their kind. The burn offers a glimpse of the future we seek to prevent. Know you of any reason why Alphinaud might have gone there? Aye, mischance. Though it lies en route to Garlemald, is no place to make a stop. My guess is they encountered some manner of trouble there. In any event, I am of the same mind as Alice. We have no choice but to take our search to the burn. Given the considerable distance involved, 'tis best we went by bird. Leo and I have our yolls. Yukiri, will you ready falcons for the others? I shall gather our swiftest birds. Near the House of the Fierce, there is an overlook. Pray join us there once you have seen to your preparations. Then let us go there. Now through up here. Here you are all. Here you all are. We're coming for you, Alphinaud. Having named an emissary of Doma, Lord Hien considers himself personally responsible for Master Alphinaud's safety. None I could say would sway him from joining the search. With such a steed to bear me to and fro, I could perform my fieldwork in a fraction of the time. Maybe I shall try my hand in this Bardam's medal. If everyone is here and possessed of a bird, let us away. Remember, our destination is barren wasteland. There's no civilization to speak of for 100 moms in all the right directions. Take care you do not lose your way. Let's go to the burn. En route to Garlemald, Alphinaud made a final link protocol to Thangred before falling silent. During the one-sided and distorted communication, he said to have spoken the words, "The Burn," the name of the vast wasteland on the western edge of Othard. Once a verdant region teeming with flora and fauna, repeated summonings saw it bled of ether and reduced to a barren desert. But even in an unforgiving environment such as this, life has endured. In a fierce struggle for what little ether yet remains, the burn's beastly denizens have grown uncommonly savage, and you and your comrades must contend with their dangerous ilk as you scour its wide sands for Alphinaud's trail. Well then. And of course, let's start everyone's favorite, the waiting game. Well now, given the time that I'm now streaming this, it should be possible that these queue times will be a little bit faster than it was during this morning. Especially for that that boss fight with Tsukuyomi. Surprising, even for oh no, I just raised it. Even for when it says average time is 7 minutes, even if it now taken like 3 minutes and 40 seconds, still haven't found anybody to queue up. The waiting game is strong. Oh, come on. Is it that hard to find in this time of day some people to play with? I swear. Some of these dungeons sometimes it's really hard for start any of these dungeons because there isn't people to play them with. Well, I can if well, I guess they have their own things to do now. Well, one is AFK and don't know if they are able to. And this one is on another server. Let's be over 7 minutes now. Well, we are at the mercy of our on the queuing gods. I guess if I don't get anybody by the time it's been over 10 minutes, then I'll switch up to my tank. Oh, never mind. Just had to say the magic words and and then it queued up. Alrighty.
Make ready, friends! We are come to the burn!
Everyone, land where you can! We must wait out the storm!
Zbirn. Alright, let's go. Ooh, that was close. Seems like these guys are in a rush. Uh-oh. Our healer has gone down. Hee. inside. Nice. Don't need that, and don't need that. Hey. What's this? It's like a... It's like elegant structure. Nice. Nope. Nope. Ah, this one. Silly drones. Ooh, that was close. Huzzah! Time. Ah. That's a lot of bugs. AoE attacks go! Nice. They're just giving me bling and not any of the suits. Oh, Miss Dragon. Hehe. I was frozen today. Uh-oh. Hey, very nice. Bam 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 ba ba da. Oh, I got the jacket. Let's see what it looks on me. That's okay.
Ah, there you are. Between contending with bloodthirsty beasts and sand in my every conceivable place, I had begun to despair of finding you again.
Do you recognize the crashed ship over yonder?
Hey.
Mistress Alizé and I briefly inspected it. It is the vessel that bore Master Alphino away.
But there was no sign of him, nor of Maxima and his people.
War Machina. It would seem they were involved in a struggle. There may be clues. We should split up and search the area.
Right. Let's see what we can find.
These were no ordinary soldiers. Over here!
What'd you find?
The insignia on this man's uniform identifies him as one of the Emperor's personal guard.
Hand-picked soldiers, answering only to the royal family.
That would explain why all the casualties are Garlean. They were fighting their own.
You're saying the Emperor was behind all this? That Alphino is his prisoner?
We don't know that yet.
Aye, we must not jump to conclusions. Besides, Alphino is more than capable of looking after himself, is he not?
I suggest we return to Doma to consider our options. Whatever happened here, Master Alphino is long gone, and any subsequent search may safely be left in the hands of the shinobi.
Okay.
Where in the world are you, brother? If you die on me, I will never let you hear the end of it.
So, we found the ship, but no Alphino. Forgive me. Finding a moment. On present evidence, we have no reason to fear the worst. More than I cannot say. We're no closer to establishing Master Alphino's whereabouts, and the suggestion of an Imperial ploy only compounds matters. We have much to consider. Well, that was a decidedly uneventful journey. I almost found myself hoping for a sandstorm. Joking aside, I say our birds are due to a good brush down and treat or two, wouldn't you? Yep. I had hoped to steal a moment's rest after a little outing, but it would seem duty calls. A foreign emissary arrived in my absence. Do not let us keep you then. Actually, I was wondering if you might join me. I cannot think of a guest who could fail to be impressed by the presence of the Scions. At least none I should be happy to receive. Of course, if you think it will be useful. Thank you. Let's return to my manor then. XIV is really down right now. Hopefully not getting too much down that she'll start to dye her hair black and clothes. All into Hot Topic and start listening to depressing music.
Lise, what brings you here?
Oh, Alliance business. We have a request for Doma. Well, Hien. But that can wait. They told me you were out searching for Alphino. Did you manage to pick up his trail?
Somewhat.
Well, if he wasn't at the crash site, he might still have escaped. We have to keep searching.
And we will. Alphino embarked on this journey as an emissary of Doma, and I hold myself responsible for his safe return. I will have our shinobi in the provinces search for him as a matter of urgency. Chin up, Alize. You'll get to admonish your brother for his recklessness yet.
Well, someone has to do it.
I'm sure he's going to be fine. There is one thing I'm not sure about, though. You said it was the Emperor's personal guard that attacked Alphino's airship.
Yep.
But the Popularis would never have been able to arrange the prisoner exchange without Varys' blessing. So why would he sabotage his own mission?
They may not have been acting on Varys' orders. The guard answer not only to him, but to his family. The Crown Prince included.
When Yotsuyu summoned Tsukuyomi, Asahi was quick to proclaim that a dormant citizen had violated the terms of our agreement, that the negotiations had failed. And it is this version of events that is now being repeated across Garlemald. To hear the tale, one would think the prisoner exchange never took place. Plainly, someone is manipulating matters from the shadows. Most likely Xenos, or whoever it is that wears his face.
Whichever Ascian you mean. We all know the nature of our adversary.
The servants of chaos are true to their name. Their meddling has cost Dorma a chance at peace. Whoever it was that loosed his personal guard, the Emperor cannot be ignorant of these developments. We must proceed on the assumption that our treaty is indeed in tatters. But come, Lys. You have journeyed far. Let me hear your petition.
Right. So the big news is that Alamigo has agreed to join the Eorzean Alliance.
Yay.
To make it official, and discuss where we all go from here, the leaders of the 5 nations are planning to hold a meeting, and we were hoping you might come too. We've already seen what we can achieve when we work together, and the Alliance hopes to work even more closely in future. They think it's our best hope of keeping the Garleans in check, and I agree.
As do I. By coordinating our efforts in the east and west, we may be able to discourage them from committing their forces to a single front. I accept your invitation. I must, however, ask for time to attend to some pressing matters here. In light of recent events, the risk of Imperial reprisals is greater than ever, and I would not leave Dorma unguarded. Ere I depart, I must shore up her defenses.
Understood. I'll let the Alliance know. We'll wait to hear from you before setting a date. The meeting's to be held at the Royal Palace in Alamigo, incidentally. Do you remember the way?
Well enough. Please assure my hosts that I will not keep them waiting any longer than I have to.
Consider it done. And thank you for agreeing to come. If we all put our heads together, we're sure to find the best way forward. For everyone.
So that's that then. That the Alliance will extend an invitation to Doma bespeaks the depth of their concern. Nor are they misguided. If Garlemald has fallen under Ascian control, the threat we face is incalculable. Yukiri assures me the task of searching his best leftover comrades. I shall trust to their experience and focus on what I can do. You do that. Don't worry, Alphino's been through countless trials and come out stronger every time. He'll be back, I'm sure of it. I'm sure myself as well. While we are happy to cooperate with the Eorzean Alliance, there are many things that Doma must do alone. My advisors and I will presently convene to discuss the matter of Doma's defenses. You're welcome to stay, of course. Had you not offered, I would have requested leave to remain. Where the Ascians are concerned, naught may be left to chance. As ever, we would benefit from your experience. I thank you for coming, Lys. Even if it was on official business, I hope there might be time to show you the land you helped to save. But I will settle for a fleeting visit if needs must. There never does seem to be enough time for anything, does there? But I did get to see a little of the Enclave. You made excellent progress, I must say. And soon you'll have the chance to see how we're getting in on too. Till the meeting then. Leo? I was wondering if I might have a word with you before I go, in private. Huh? Go on, my friend. I will send for Haruko and the others in the meantime. Great. I'll wait for you at the docks. Oh, see you guys. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Why is it that every time I am here, it's always night? Like it seems that in every video game, the nighttime it always takes the longest. So, what do you wanted to talk about? Thanks for coming. Knowing you probably guessed what I wanted to talk about. Alice. She's acting as if everything's alright, but it's clear she's barely coping. The Alice I know is overbearing, willful and reckless, and that's fine. It's how she deals with feeling weak. She has to keep moving, or she's afraid she'll fall apart. A lot like me. But the thing about people like us is that we need someone to keep an eye on us. I have Papa Limo, and now I have my friends in the Resistance, and Alice has you and the Scions. Before you start, I'm not saying you're neglecting her. I'm sure you aren't. I'm sure you won't. But she's a good friend, and when I see her like this, I can't help worrying. So please, make sure you give her all the support she needs, alright? Leave it to me. Thank you, Leo. It goes without saying, but if there's anything I can do, you only need to ask. Well, I best be off. See you in Alamingo. Wow. Lise has grown. A lot. Ever since this Stormblood expansion. Yes, Hien is expecting me, I know. I dare say I can guess the subject of your discussion with Lise. She too was never one for concealment. Fortunately for you, the individual in question seems none the wiser. Is everything alright with Lise? I won't ask for details. I know you'd tell me if it were important. Your return is most timely. We are just apprised those newly arrived of where matters stand. Good. Oh, there you are, my friend. Everyone's assembled, so let us begin. Bam, bam, bam.
If we are to ready ourselves for invasion, we shall need manpower, provisions, and time, all of which are in notably short supply.
Candid as ever, you giddy. And correct, I concede. Fortunately, I have an idea.
You do?
'Tis plain no single nation can stand against the might of the Empire.
True.
And it was only with the aid of others that Dorma succeeded in winning her freedom. So, I mean to take a leaf out of our Eorzean friends' book and form an alliance of our own. In addition to those with whom we already share an understanding, I would reach out to Hingashi and Suinosato, and further afield to the myriad peoples of Nangsha and Dalmasca. I am under no illusion Not all will answer the call. Yet disparate though we may be, we are united in our desire for freedom. If our neighbors could be made to see what is at stake, Ascian machinations and all, cooperation need not be so far-fetched a notion.
True.
It may even seem practical. Under the guidance of our former leader, Master Louis Soir, we once strove to unite the fractious city-states of Eorzea. I dare say that experience shall be of use in your endeavor.
We should be glad of your wisdom.
For the record, I would have been in favor of this plan even if it hadn't been my grandfather's, but I have to ask, how will we secure the time to carry it out? Not that anyone has forgotten, but the Garleans have airships. Lots and lots of airships. Should they catch wind of our plan, they could send an armada to overwhelm us before our alliance had even begun to take shape.
Not if we deny them access to the skies. During our time in the Burn, the Warrior of Light and I chanced upon some Allagan ruins.
Oh?
As such ruins go, they were not particularly unusual. But something about the surrounding land struck me as odd. Faint though it was, its ethereal residue was uncannily similar to that of Azizlar. Identical, in fact. For locations so far removed to share a single etheric signature is all but impossible. I conclude, therefore, that the Allagans created the floating continent with land taken from the Burn.
While that is a most intriguing theory, I fail to see what relevance it has to Dorma's defense.
Azizlar was enclosed in a powerful energy barrier, impenetrable even to an Agrius-class battleship. It occurred to me that those ruins may have enjoyed similar protection. I have no proof, but the Warrior of Light did report seeing a structure resembling other known Allagan field generators.
Yeah, I did mention that.
All right. But even if we could put up such an energy barrier, it surely wouldn't extend beyond the limits of the Burn. So what's to stop the Garleans flying around it?
Fuel. The Dalmascan capital, Rabanasta, was a key Imperial refueling point in the east. By laying waste to it as a lesson to the rest, the Empire greatly hindered its own operations in the region.
I see.
If an Imperial fleet were to advance upon Dorma, it would now have little choice but to travel, as the crow flies, over the Burn.
I see.
A word of caution. Even assuming the generator still functions, raising a barrier of such a scale will require a prodigious amount of energy. And few places are so bereft of suitable crystals as the Burn.
A source of energy. Tell me, did the Allagans make a habit of launching things into the sky?
A curious question. Besides Azizlar, I know of only one other notable instance. The Red Moon Dalamud, whose fall triggered the calamity.
Just the 2 occasions, you say? Then I believe I may have a solution to our energy problem.
You do?
I may. To find out for sure, we would need to visit the Azim Steppe.
Oh.
Which would, I now see, present the perfect opportunity to discuss an alliance with the Zayla tribes. How very neat. What say you then? Shall we see whither this road leads?
Alright then. As they say, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In the field of etherology, the Azim Steppe remains unbroken ground. I missed our last expedition through injury. I mean to seize this opportunity with both hands. The Asian Steppe. I always wanted to see it. The Lady Ruby Princess is more receptive to the outside world than her predecessor. It is true. But what we offer is an invitation to war. Though I will plead to our cause, I fear we can expect little of Suino Sato.
We have fought long and sacrificed much to reclaim our freedom. I will die before I allow the Empire to take it from us again.
It is so then. I will journey to Asian Steppe with the Scions. Yugiri and Hakuro, I'll leave our other neighbors to you. My apologies, but I won't be joining you. I'm no etherologist, and what skills I do possess are unlikely to be of any great use to the mission. But more importantly, it seems to me that the ruins in the burn warrant attention. And so, while you are always securing the energy source, I will engage our friends at Garland Ironworks to undertake a complete overhaul of the field generators. We'll need them in good working order if our plans is to succeed. I trust there are no objections. Have care in the burn. Have care on the Steppe. From what I hear, the Zela like fighting with friends as almost as much as foes. Good luck. Same to you. Just the three of us then. Very well. Shall I make first for reunion? And now, on to the reunion in the Asian Steppe. It's a fine feeling to be back. We're enough for our mission. I would like nothing more than to lie on the grass and watch the clouds float by. So this is the Asian Steppe. The tales do not do it justice. If you think the views is impressive here, wait until we reach higher ground. Actually, seeing that it's your first visit, permit me to show you my favorite spot.
I will never tire of this vista. The endless fields, the boundless skies. 'Tis a sight to make a man forget his cares.
But not his purpose, I trust. Might this be a fitting moment to tell us what we are doing here?
Of course. During my time with the Mole, I learned some few myths of this land. One goes thus. In the distant past, when all seemed doomed, a wayfaring soul came unto the steppe. Venturing into the northern crag, he received of Nama a sliver of her essence, a shard of the shining moon, and with it clove the tainted land from the earth. The end thus averted, to these fields did the wayfaring soul return, and venturing once more into the northern crag, he buried the shard, and made unto the heavens an offering of blood.
A tainted land cloven from the earth and an offering of blood to the heavens. Azizlar and Dalamud.
That was my thinking, yes.
And you believe that yonder mountains hide an artifact possessed of sufficient power to raise Azizlar up to the heavens? I suppose that might suffice.
Worth a closer look, would you say?
I would.
Interesting. An intriguing myth, though I wonder how Nama came to be woven into it. An elegant hand, perhaps. From here, we shall travel to Mol Ilo. There we may ask Serena about the particulars of the myth, and raise the matter of an alliance with the rulers of the steppe. Okay then, let's go. Oh, I love this song. Hey guys, long time no see. God, you know you will always be of them all, wheresoever you go. Ours is the soil. So that is Serena. Lise told me something of the woman, but did not think that we would ever have occasion to meet. Tell me, do you notice anything different about them all? How they carry themselves? That, my friend, is pride. I do believe their victory in the Nada meant more to them than I realized. Hien, Leo, I am glad of your visit, and the opportunity to welcome a new friend. How may we serve you? There is a matter I would discuss with them all. It concerns not only the people of the steppe, but of every land in the Far East. A shard of the shining moon left behind by a wavering soul. And you need this to protect our lands. I do. My friends and I wish to find the shard and ascertain the extent of its power. Will you tell me more of the place where it lies buried? This northern crag. If that is your wish, in the mountains to the north, there's a cavern called the House of the Crooked Coin. Inside this cavern are pillars of stone that legend holds to be the source of the Nama's power. There I believe you will find what you seek. Ah yes, I know the place. It is a brisk walk from here. What are your thoughts on the alliance? Should the Empire return, our lands will be engulfed in a storm of conflict, whether we will it or no. If we do not stand together, we will fall apart. This I believe with all my heart. However, among the tribes of the steppe, there are those who revere Nama above all else. To them, the pillars are sacred, and not to be disturbed. Should you proceed as you propose, such tribes are like to spurn an alliance, prompting others to follow their example. That is my concern. But it's by no means certain that the pillars will provide the power you seek. ere you risk the ire of the followers of Nama, might you not first visit the House of the Crooked Coin? If all is as you hope, we might then consider how best to earn their blessing.
I thank you for your counsel. We'll do as you suggest. I have no desire to give offense to those with whom I would join hands.
Thank you for your understanding. Though the mole may reign over the steppe today, this decision will shape the days to come, and we will not force others into war against their will.
Nor we. 100-fold stronger are they who choose to fight of their own accord.
So that's the plan. It seems the time has come to put my skills to use. Pray lead the way to the House of the Crooked Coin. Up we go. Whoa. This is interesting.
Well, it certainly looks powerful.
But powerful enough? That you'll have to ask the expert. Well, it certainly is massive.
Such an abundance of ether.
Are we in luck?
We are. This is an Allegan artifact, most likely built to regulate the flow of ether.
Huh.
I strongly suspect the ancients used it to stem the flow from here to the burn. That would explain how they were able to untether what became Azizlar from its surroundings. But were we to throw open the floodgates, the resultant deluge would surely be sufficient to raise our wall. And in restoring the flow, we may also restore life to the wasteland.
What is it?
While the device itself harbors a surfeit of ether, the opposite is true of the surrounding area.
Which means?
An effect of regulation, perhaps. A similar phenomenon seemed to be occurring in Doma. Whatever the explanation, the answer will not reveal itself here. We have seen what we needed to see. Let us return to Mol Ilo.
Mol Ilo? That's how you pronounce it. I always say Mol Ilo. As if like someone's surname, Ilo. Mol Ilo. That such an abundant source of ether should lie undisturbed for millennia. It is a miracle made possible by the steppe's long history of isolation. Well, it looks like I was right about the pillars. And all we need is a permission to use them. You found which you seek then. Great indeed is the Dusk Mother's power. If naught else will suffice to protect our lands, the blessing of the other tribes must now be sought. Of course. But to which tribe should we appeal? There are many who worship Nama, but none are so fervent in their faith as the Dothraki. Their consent shall be the key. Oh, them? The Dothraki. Lee spoke of them. A warlike tribe possessed of unique customs and beliefs. I sense their cooperation will not be easily won. Nay, but it will be well worth the effort. The Dothraki feel nothing. Death least of all. And our alliance will be greatly strengthened by their presence. Let's go to Dothraki and treat with the Khatun, Sadhu. Then let us go there. Not there. Over there. Might as well just fly. Alright, we're here now. Despite our fondness for battle, Sadhu is an astute leader. If we plead our cause in earnest, I'm certain she can be persuaded. Great faith gives rise to great strength, for better or for worse. Whatever it is that Dothraki holds sacred, we would do well to accord it all respect. Hey, Sadhu. You again? Other matters demand our time, Khan. Unless it's battle you seek. Alas not. Quite the opposite, in fact. Talking. Always talking. You say the pillars hold great power. Of course they do. They are the source of Nama's strength. To the Dothraki, no place is more sacred, and we will make ash of any who would defile it, though I see this is not your wish. You see the wisdom of our proposition, then. You will join hands with us. I said nothing on joining hands. You wish to wield Nama's power to defend these lands, and this I will allow. But for leaving the step to fight the men in iron, I will have something in return. Namely? Namely, battle! With you, Khan. The Nanam ended here ere it began. I will face you again, alone, without distractions. Defeat me, prove yourself the stronger, and you shall have the Dothraki as your allies. Surely these are agreeable terms. Well, this is Now, wholly unexpected turn of events. Though I had assumed I would be the one required to fight. Alas, the cartoon has made their choice. Well, shall we dance? Ha! It shall be a battle with the step, shall not soon forget. Ah, already my soul burns brighter. Prepare yourself, Khan, and await me outside the car. I will gather my witnesses and join you anon. Okay then. Then let us fight. Just not fight to the death. Try as I might, I fail to see the logic in this agreement. I can but conclude there is none. When I was little, I would stride up to Kosetsu, wooden sword in hand, and challenge him. To his credit, he never held back, and I had many a bump and bruises to show for it. Let's go.
Yes! This spot shall serve as well as any. I shall enjoy this Hahn.
Is this truly necessary? Have you no peaceable way of making decisions?
Speak not of peace. You stand before proud warriors of the Dathal. In the heat of battle do our souls burn brightest. We lay low the strong that we may rise higher. That is our way. The way of might. There is no other.
Oh, they do not want for conviction.
Indeed. It's what makes them such dangerous enemies. And such useful allies.
True that.
Enough talk! It is time to fight!
Then fight we shall. Come, Khan, let us dance. We will. Here I go. Whoa. Oh? Did she just get a Zenkai boost?
In death do our souls sing!
Oh god.
In death do our souls sing!
Another boost. Seems she activated her second wind. Well, third wind in this occasion. Where are you? Hey, that's cheating. You can't use allies. Even more? Uh-oh.
In death do our souls sing! In death do our souls sing!
Phew. Barely made it. Before she did her like her one-hit KO. Grow heavy, eyes are fading. There's feeding warm spaghetti.
How it burns!
Oh. Okay, lady, now you're starting to get crazy.
In death do our souls sing!
Phew. How'd you like that?
Yes! Yes! Not since the Nardum has my soul burned so! Come! We have only just begun!
Enough! You were not granted leave to set the steppe ablaze.
Oh, hey, Magnai.
Well, well, the sun has come out to play.
Be gone, Moonstruck Coroneer! I am busy!
Fool of a Dothal! Have you forgotten the face of your master already? The sun will never set! From his seat on high, he reigns over all, now and forever. Yet what should he find here but a battle to determine the fate of the steppe? A battle waged without his blessing. This will not stand. You, Doman! You who come to petition the warriors of this land, forget that all Nama's children are wards of the Orinir. As first among my brothers, your petition is mine alone to judge.
These words are as wind from a horse's backside. Plentiful, but your axe sings more sweetly. Let her speak for you.
Insolent child. You will learn your place!
Forgive me, Brother Magnai, but we have an arrangement with the Dothal. We will not abide any interruptions.
So be it. The sun will pass judgment on all. Daidakul, join me.
The sun is in good company. We may dance alone.
Alright then.
Beg not for mercy, for you will have none. Bear witness to the power and the glory of Azim!
Constantly at each other's throats like rabid dogs. Gods, I'm turning into her. I have not the patience for this. But if we must fight, let us at least be brief. Come.
And if I remember correctly, we are playing as Ishtola. Yep, we are. Nice. Now let's see what it's like to be a white mage.
Kneel or die!
Uh-oh. Yin seems to be in trouble. Oh god.
Bow down before me!
Why can I heal him? Come on. Game, let me heal him.
Kneel or die!
Oh no. No! I failed! Why won't let me... Why won't let me heal up Ian? Do I have to do this all again? Yes, I seem to be. Stupid! Well, let's do this quickly.
In death do our souls sing! death do our souls sing!
I swear you're like Grey Fox from Metal Gear Solid.
Do our souls sing! In death do our souls sing!
Yeah.
How it burns! In death do our souls sing!
Aha! There we go. And now you can just skip this. Now we'll put our focus on you. And let us begin. Okay, that does that.
Kneel or die! Bow down before me! Or die!
There you go. Do this.
Kneel or die!
Alright, now it gets a little bit better. Do this. Yeah.
Mark well and learn! Concentrate!
Come on, heal up. Nice.
Heal or die! Bow down before me!
Uh-huh.
Mark well and learn!
Alright, he's down. Nice.
Heal or die! Bow down before me!
Another one.
Tremble before the sun!
Uh-oh. Ishtola, to me. I shall take care of this.
Let us be about it!
Nice. Predictable. What? Every step you will take, every move you will make, the sun sees all. Now fall! Active time maneuver. Ready? Go! Time to finish this.
Aoife! To me! Have at you!
Damn, girl. What strength? What grace is this?
Never have I felt such bliss in defeat. 'Twas a battle to burn soul and flesh to ash. We Dothal will lend you our strength as promised. Narma's power is yours to wield. What does the sun say to that?
The sun is not driven by base motives such as yours. But they have been judged and found worthy. It is the way of the Oranir to accord recognition and respect to the strong. You have made sufficient proof of your strength. The sun shall answer your call.
You have our thanks. We are glad to call you allies.
You? By what are you called?
Ishtola, why?
Are you my Nama?
I beg your pardon?
Now here comes one of the best scenes in this game.
In battle, you shone with all the majesty of the full moon's light. Your healing touch, the embodiment of the Dusk Mother's love. Long had I wondered if my Nama might not be a woman of the steppe. Beholding you, I am all but certain. Now, look into my eyes. Could it be? Could you be?
I am. Not interested, little son. Try again when you've become a man.
Oh! Snap!
Little?
Little son! Little son! Does it pain you, little son? Crave you salve to soothe the ache? Fire to sear the wound in your heart?
We have wasted enough time here. Siren awaits for word of our success.
True that. Yeah, let's leave them here. Yeah, that that interaction was is one of the best in this expansion. Offended? Not in the least. I'm no stranger to clumsy propositions. And that, believe it or not, was far from the worst I have heard. Oh. Very familiar. Magna's unannounced appearance had me worried for a moment, but it was not this day to shine. Still, I cannot fault the man's bravery. You had not only to contend with Saru, but Magni too? Such a fierce battle that must have been. Yet here you stand, triumphant, having passed such a test. They could not well deny you their allegiance. The mole will make no such demands. Weak though we are, we will gladly stand with you. The steppe is our home, and we will defend it with all our being. You have my heartfelt thanks. Of all the tribes of the steppe, there is none I would rather have at my side. God's willing, many more will rally to our cause. I shall send you word when we have answers from all the tribes. I cannot thank you enough, Serena. None of this would be possible without you. We have the requisite consent. Tis time to put Nama's power to use. If the ether flows as planned, all that remains is to have the ironworks engineers to do their work at the ruins. Come, let's return to the House of the Crooked Coin. See ya. I would not have the first idea how to awaken such a contraption, let alone control it. But then I'm not an Archon of Charlian. I shall begin at once. You may wish to step back.
Did it work?
It did. Ether may flow freely to the burn once more.
Well, that's nice. To manipulate ether in such vast quantities, training to say the least. I shall take it slow for a while. I do not pretend to understand what you did, Y'shtola, but you did it. Thanks to you and Leo, of course. We have taken a momentous step towards securing our defenses. Not as much as I believe our rest is in order. We should probably make haste back to the Enclave. Agreed. The others may already have returned from their missions, and I would know how things stand. As would I. Without further ado then. Back to Enclave then. Yep. Teleport. Domain Enclave. Huh, seems they're back. Nice. Each of the factions sent an ear to our petition. As anticipated, however, many were unwilling to do any more than that. It would seem we are the last to arrive. Everyone has returned. Excellent. Time to take stock. Judging by your triumphant expressions, I take it all went well on the Asim step. Indeed, we have secured a suitable source of energy for the barrier. Good. Tataru and I have commissioned Garland Ironworks to ensure that the field generators function as they should. A team of engineers stand ready to take set out for the burn at the moment's notice. You need only say the word. I thank you for engaging the service on our behalf. The minutiae of the arrangement you may leave to me. Which just leaves the small matter of our alliance. So, Yugiri and Hakuro, how fare you with our neighbors?
My lord, all the factions were approached and are in agreement that the Empire poses a threat, and many responded positively to talk of an alliance. From Higashi and Suino Sato, however, we received outright rejections. The former will not break its treaty with the Empire, and the latter will not involve itself in conflict.
Just as we expected, then. Well, there is not to be done about it. We must focus on the rest. To each of the nations that were amenable to our alliance, I will personally send a missive. And once I have tended to that, I believe we will have done everything we can to fortify Doma's defenses. For the time being at least. All of which means I may leave to the meeting in Alamigo with a lighter heart. Yugiri, Hakuro, if you will be so kind as to hold the fort in my absence. My friends, we could not have achieved so much in so little time without your help. For that, I give you my heartfelt thanks. Till the meeting, then.
I took the liberty of asking Thangred to attend as well. He should have arrived in the Alamigan quarter by now. Then let us not keep him waiting, shall we?
Back to Alamigo. Wucha.
It occurs to me this will be the first time I met the leaders of the Alliance in an official capacity. More stiff greetings, pleasantries, formalities. Does that sound about right? Let's hope that the coming meeting passes more peaceably than the last such gathering in Alamigo. Yeah.
Y'shtola has told me all, and I duly told Urianger and Kryl. Kryl in particular was concerned about Alphino, but assured her that everything that can be done is being done. She agreed to continue with her own tasks for the time being, on the condition that I contact her the moment there is any development. So that leaves us forward to us to attend the council. Arnvold is here to assist with security. Incidentally, though the poor lad seems altogether too distracted for the task, another one missing Alphino, I expect. But it's almost time. As soon as you're ready, present yourself to the guardsmen at the palace entrance. I shan't be far behind. The sounds of the 7th dawn. Welcome to Alamigo. The Alliance leaders have already arrived. May I show you to the meeting chamber?
Yes.
Multiple cutscenes. Let's go!
Mistress Lys, Commander Aldin, it gives me great pleasure to formally welcome the city-state of Alamigo to the Eorzean Alliance.
The pleasure is ours, Your Grace. I know I speak for all Alamegans when I say that we are glad of this chance to stand with our comrades of the Alliance.
And we for our part are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Lord Hien of Doma, at your service. Pray, accept my heartfelt thanks for your generous invitation.
Nay, 'tis we who must thank you for journeying so far. And 'twould be remiss of me not to acknowledge the part the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have played in bringing all of us together. In times of great unrest, you and yours have been our constant companions, without whom we would not be here.
With apologies to Lord Hien and Mistress Alize, it occurs to me that we have not gathered in this way since that fateful day in Uldar.
The day I lost my arm and my freedom. As I lay in my cell, never did I dream that I would one day be given the chance to represent my homeland at this council. I would not even be alive had you not plucked me from the jaws of death. You, Yugiri, and Alphino. Would that the lad could be with us.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I too owe my presence here to Alphino, in so many ways. Until such time as he returns, I mean to carry on his good work as best I can.
Come, friends. Let us leave the past in the past and turn our eyes to the future. My Lord Hien, pray, tell us how things stand in the east.
Having heard the rumors of dissent in Garlemald, I dared to dream of a peaceable solution.
The Empire will not so easily change its ways. If the Garleans have a mind to take back Doma and Alamigo, we'll be hard-pressed to stop them, even with the might of 6 nations. But while we lack the strength to fight the tide, a course may yet present itself, if we read the winds aright.
The winds suggest but one course to me. One which leads from the sea unto the river and thence to the source of all our woes.
The Ascians.
Indeed. All here have felt their blighted touch. It was the bringers of chaos who nurtured the Archbishop's tyrannical ambitions. They who bestowed upon him the secrets of summoning, as they have so many others before and since. And while they remain, we shall know no peace.
Our objective is clear. The question is how to achieve it. That our enemy parades about in Xenos' skin poses problems in itself, but ere we get to them, how are we to infiltrate the Empire and get close enough to strike?
While I see the wisdom in targeting the Ascians, an assassination attempt on Garlean soil would do little to aid our cause, even were it to succeed. It's time we used our enemy's preferred tactic: subterfuge.
You have an idea? Speak your mind, Master Thancred. None here know the enemy better than the Scions, and you mayhap best of all. Whatever it is you propose, we will give it fair hearing. On that you have my word.
Very well, Admiral. My proposal is thus. We dispatch the shinobi to Imperial territory. There, they sow the rumor that the Crown Prince perished in the battle for Alamigo, and that the man parading around is in fact a corpse inhabited by a servant of darkness.
Well, it does have the ring of truth about it. And were the Garleans to learn that their future ruler is a puppet, the Empire would be shaken to the core.
But at the risk of sounding stupid, would they actually believe such an unlikely story? I didn't.
Ordinarily not. But prior to his miraculous recovery, Rumors of Xenos' death had already begun to circulate around the Empire. Ultimately, however, what the masses believe is not our chief concern. Our true objective is to create an opening for rival factions within Garlemald to exploit.
Just as a war of succession erupted in the wake of Emperor Solus's death.
A war which raged until but recently, plunging the Imperial House into disarray as nephew and uncle grappled for the throne. It is no coincidence that one of Varus's first acts as Emperor was to name Xenos heir apparent, family feuds being so tiresome when armies are involved. Not all welcomed his choice of successor, however. There is no shortage of individuals who aspire to the throne, who would jump at any chance to seize power. The news that Xenos is not only dead, but a puppet to diabolical forces, would be too enticing to ignore.
The Empire would not be quick to recover from a second war of succession.
This is a very, very good plan, Thancred.
I am no stranger to infiltrating Imperial territory. With a team of operatives gathered from among the Alliance's finest, the plan should have a reasonable chance of success.
Doma already has shinobi in place throughout the provinces. We stand ready to act, and act we must. What say you all?
I'm for Master Thancred's proposal. We shine a light upon the Ascian and test the Empire's unity. 'Twas his plot that scuttled Doma's negotiations, was it not? Why then, if we can eliminate him, there may yet be a chance for peace. Let us wage this war of subterfuge, that we may one day lay down our arms. Gods know we never will while the Ascians remain.
What is this?
That way.
Where am I?
History must be changed.
Who's there? Who is this?
Ahead looms a calamity. Ahead looms light, expunging all form and life. Twin dooms only you can forestall. Only you.
What's the matter?
There's a voice.
Spies in our midst?
Nay, I sense no such presence.
Let expanse contract. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Is it over?
Master Thancred!
Thancred.
12 for Fend. Bear him to a private chamber. Have every healer make ready. Swiftly!
What was that? My head. It's even worse than all the echoes.
Master Thancred remains in slumber. Though his vital signs appear stable, he's unresponsive.
What could have done this? And why just him and not the others?
I'm afraid we could not identify the cause, my lady. Our examinations revealed no wounds, nor the presence of any poisonous substances.
Gods, that only makes it worse. You're to let us know the moment there's any change, all right?
Thank you for coming. Knowing Thancred, he would apologize for being otherwise engaged at so crucial a juncture.
In gifting us a course of action, Thancred sowed the seed of all that is to follow. We have but to nurture it as best we can. To him, I would say, rest easy, that he may wake to enjoy the fruits of our labors. Now, the matter of the mysterious voice must not be forgotten. Will you tell me exactly what happened?
Well, what can I say?
Alize and I heard a voice in the moments before Thancred collapsed. It was accompanied by a severe headache, as if something were clutching at our minds. Did you experience the same thing?
Yeah, that and much more.
So, in between the voice and the pain, you felt as if you were somewhere else entirely?
Yeah. As like my whole soul was somewhere else.
Your testimony confirms my suspicion. That which you experienced was, I believe, your soul being plucked from your flesh. Cold.
Cold?
Cold?
I myself examined Thancred. Reach out as I may, I could not sense in him the spark of life that is his soul.
What?
That Thancred alone was stricken so is likely due to his heightened sensitivity to the effects of ether. A consequence of his prior possession by the Ascian Lahabrea. The owner of the voice, whoever it may be, reached out to you, called your souls, and in so doing, caused you and yours such pain.
But if that's true, where exactly are we being called to?
I know not. Yet one thing is plain. Whoever waits for you on the other side is possessed of a power unlike any I have ever known.
Forgive us, Lys, but may we leave Thancred in your care for a time?
As if you had to ask. I may not be a scion anymore, but I'm no less a friend. Don't worry. I'll see to it that Thancred's well looked after. Just focus on solving this mystery, all right?
Thank you, Lys. As the Elder Seedseer says, 'tis no ordinary individual we are dealing with. Nor can we discount the possibility of Ascian involvement.
Whoever or whatever is behind this, the sooner we find out, the better.
Oh. This is very quite a pickle. Don't worry about Thancred. I'll send word as soon as there's any changes. If the Ascians are indeed responsible, we must take steps to protect ourselves. Though I know not how. Never have I encountered such a phenomenon. If this is magic, it is beyond my ken. I just tried to call Urianger on his link pearl. He didn't respond, but I dare to hope that he possesses some knowledge we do not. Ah, Urianger! Something happened during the meeting. Thancred's collapsed. A disembodied voice suddenly started. What? But that's... We should talk about this in person. Alright, we'll meet you there. That was Urianger. He heard the voice too. Infanalan? As we alone were afflicted at the meeting, I had my suspicions, but if the voices also spoke to Urianger, there can be little doubt that Scions were targeted specifically. By whom and to what end is the question, one to which we must find an answer with all possible haste. Endure. Urianger agreed to meet us at the Rising Stones. If any of the others heard the voice, we'll find out soon enough. Good luck. I should get back to the meeting with the other seats here. But if there's anything I can do, anything at all, you must let me know, alright? Promise me. Right, let's be on our way. So all the Scions heard that. Hey, Urianger.
Urianger! Gods, it's good to see you.
Would that our meeting were under happier circumstances. I judged the voice sufficient cause for concern even before you sent word of its effect on our comrade.
You heard it too, then?
Aye. And all but certainly at the selfsame instant. Alas, pained as I was, I could make little sense of what few words did then reach mine ears.
Who do you think is responsible? Could this be the Ascians doing?
That I cannot say. Not when so little is known. Ere I indulge in speculation, I would examine Thancred with mine own eyes.
To Alamigo, then, without further delay.
One other thing. During my visit to the Far East, I observed a strange phenomenon.
Thou referest, I presume, to the localized reduction in etheric density.
Well, that spares me the trouble of an explanation. Yes, I noted precisely that at two apparently unconnected locations. I take it the phenomenon is not limited to the Far East.
Indeed not. Of late, our agents charged with surveilling the beast tribes have spoken of little else. In every corner of the realm, they tell of places in which the ether hath grown thin. Naturally, my suspicions first turned to primal activity, but the areas thus affected betray no evidence of summoning. I must confess to being quite perplexed.
If the same phenomenon is being observed in multiple locations on opposite sides of the world, we may safely discount regional factors. Needless to say, this warrants further investigation.
Indeed, I shall make it my task to... The voice. It calleth to me once more.
What? Urianger? Hold on, buddy.
I hear it too.
What?
Only you. Only you.
No! Ishtola! Urianger!
Throw wide the gates.
No. No, this can't be happening!
Stola. Ryonje.
Y'shtola! Ryonje! Open your eyes! Open your eyes, I beg you! Say something! Anything! Not again. Please, not again.
That was unfortunate. This is an unprecedented predicament for the Scions, but we must remain strong, at least us most of all. It can't be discounted that Mistress Krile has heard the voice as well. I will ask Tataru to send her word of what has come to pass. Thank you. Before that, let's speak with these guys first. He had spoken earnestly of doing more to ease the senior Scion's burdens, but not under these circumstances, nor less so soon. I only hope I will be equal to the challenge. Didn't the self-same thing happen to Thancred? Who's bloody next? As a mage, I have some new scholarly acquaintance of my own. I will reach out to them for their insights. It may not be much, but 'tis my own little way of aiding Mistress Alisaie. Thank you, Colton.
Confound these old bones. Useless as I am, I should have been the one to be struck down.
Archer, sister, and I will take turns to keep watch over the slumbering Archons. We'll not have them unattended even for a moment. Thank you. Clemens. Are you holding up? Forgive me. That was unseemly display.
It happened before your very eyes, my lady. None here would have behaved any differently. We have borne the two of them to a private chamber. But tell me, is it true that Master Thancred languishes in like a state in Alamigo?
I'm afraid so. Though, given the circumstances, it would seem best to observe them together. I will send word to Lise that he should be brought here.
Take heart, my lady. The world is full of scholars and knowledgeable folk of every persuasion. Someone out there is bound to know what ails our comrades, and now it may be cured. Thus we will rouse them, no matter what.
That we will, Hori. That we will. But first things first, our comrades will have questions. May I ask that you explain the situation to them? I must attend to a private matter. Oh, I promise I visit someone in Limsa Lominsa. He's been waiting at Maelstrom Command for a while now. You know, you should come along too. I think he'd be glad to see you. Well, good luck, Hori. Keep me updated. So, back to La Nausea. It's been a while since last time.
Ah, Limsa Lominsa. I would say that this place is my third favorite place. Mostly because of where it is. I've always been fond of like a portside cities. As you probably guessed, it's Gabu we've come to see. The private here will bring him to us. Ever since the Maelstrom took him in, I've tried to visit as often as I can. And after what befell our friends, I was taken by the urge to visit again. It's difficult to explain.
Here he is, my lady.
Gabu, it's been too long.
I'm afraid there's been no change. If he can see or hear us, he has given no sign.
I see. You're still fighting. I'm proud of you. We promised that we would come and visit you together, didn't we? Alphino and I. I'm sorry that we haven't managed that yet. You know, with the three of us like this, does it not remind you of that night? Of the stars beyond count twinkling in the heavens? I was feeling pretty low back then. Powerless. But I knew that my brother was close by if I needed him, and that the others would be waiting for me back at the Rising Stones.
Mm-hmm.
Not like now.
Yeah.
I've seen my share of trouble since coming to Eorzea. Been reminded again and again of my limitations, of how little I can change about this world. And I've come to know the sorrow of parting all too well. But to have the people I hold dear struck down before my eyes, and be powerless to help them, that I cannot bear.
You know, you don't have to bear this burden alone.
No, I don't. You're right. It's pure arrogance to imagine I can solve everything by myself. You'd think I'd have learned that by now. Thank you. I don't know what I'd do without you. Well, that's more than enough brooding for one day. Come on. We have friends to save.
Let's return to the Rising Stones and take it from there. Right. Thanks again for agreeing to come. It meant a lot to me. Well, back to Rising Stones then. You're saying the same thing? Hey boys. We Scions who can still perform our duty must take up the burden of our comrades who cannot. We will continue our watch over the beast tribes and do whatever else may be required of us. Thank you, Ori. Oh, say the same thing. Brielle has left to rendezvous with the Alliance forces. He means to serve in Thancred's stead in their infiltration missions. Nice. Are you holding up? I did some thinking on the way back, and I think Hori is right. We need to seek outside help. Ordinarily, we would turn to our own experts on such matters, but they're both among the stricken. I'll begin by searching out to myriad guilds and research institutions here in Eorzea. Additionally, Grandfather and Minfilia had a wealth of connections between them, and I mean to explore those avenues too. We'll find a way to save everyone, mark my words. Much and more has happened in recent days. Some of it for the good, some not so. But all around me, people continue their fight. From the shinobi who search for Alphinaud, to the Alliance members who make ready for a move against the Empire. They march on the face of great adversity, bearing heavy burdens. Everyone is playing their part, and so must I. You have your own part to play, I know, and it's bigger than most, so I won't keep you. Just promise that you'll visit from time to time, and I promise I'll have a good tidings to share with you when you do.
The Populares no longer present an obstacle. Now is the time to bring the Empire's might to bear. A word from your Radiance is all it takes. But one word, and the Imperial army will fall upon Alamigo as a pack of bloodthirsty wolves and tear that feeble nation apart. Have you no words for me? Despite the lengths I go to, an emissary playing the part of a fool. When first I took this face, I swore to use all of my knowledge, all of my power, to further the cause of the Empire. My deeds stand testament to my commitment. And with this adamant flesh at my disposal, I could destroy the Icon Slayer as easily as one might swat a fly. Why do you hesitate? Our enemy is resourceful. Though victory is certain now, it will not remain so indefinitely. Deliberate if you must, but be quick about it. We'll speak again when you have unburdened yourself of doubt. Until then, I take my leave, Father.
I should be the one to sigh. I played my part to perfection. I had earned my rest, and then, thanks to La Habrea's crowning act of idiocy, our favorite emissary sees fit to summon me back. Elidibus was ever a warrior. A most tiresome trait, would you not agree? What? Have you no words for me either? No matter. I've long grown weary of this mummery. Now, my dearest grandson, let me remind you of your place in the simplest of terms. You do not make judgments, you administer them. Swiftly and to the letter. Naught else is your concern. Elidibus may be an insufferable bore, but he is no fool. His choices as emissary seldom err. If aught threatens the balance twixt light and dark, it falls to you to remove it. Be it by your own hands or by your armies, you have ample means at your disposal. That is why this empire exists, why I built it. Oh dear, have I touched a nerve? You always were an easy one to read. I pity you, I do. As they say, ignorance is bliss. And I know how much happier you would be not knowing the things you know. The Founding Father was an Ascian, and he created the Empire solely for the purpose of sowing the seeds of chaos. Don't take it personally. I merely do my duty. To bring about a calamity requires no small amount of power. And there is no surer way to obtain such power than by collecting powerful pawns. To that end, I have labored long and hard, and I must say I am quite pleased with my handiwork, paltry though it seems in comparison to Alag.
You fiends are overfond of your own voices. Mark me, Ascian. Man is the master of his own destiny.
Such a waste of time and energy, both yours and mine. Lest you forget you are Emperor now. If you wish to spout drivel about man's destiny, save it for the masses. It will serve to give them a sense of purpose, and you pliant pieces for the game. Oh, do stop sulking, boy. You, of all people, should understand. Ours is a struggle to restore both mankind and the world to their rightful state. Viewed thus, our goals are one and the same.
Wow.
Meanwhile, at a resistance encampment somewhere in the Empire.
What in the world? Dead. All dead. Yet I see no wounds, nor any evidence of battle. Damn then. They finally used it. The Empire developed an alchemical weapon in Girabania. A gas. Black Rose, it was called. And to breathe it is to breathe your last. And that did this? I thought the project abandoned, and its vile fruit destroyed. But naught else could have wrought such atrocity. Fools! What do they hope to gain with this butchery? Can they not see a rule won through terror will not endure? How many more provinces must they lose? Nay, wait. This is not the work of men, but monsters. The Asians. It cannot be a coincidence that their trail led us here. Their objective was never to rule, but to sow strife and discord. Such a crime does indeed bear the mark of the bringers of chaos. Black Rose cannot be allowed to kill again. We must find the Asians and put an end to their plot. That was interesting. So, apparently, the original Emperor of Garlemald is actually an Asian.
I'm glad you've come, though I'm afraid there's little in the way of good news.
Unfortunately.
After you left, We reached out to both the Alchemists Guild and Stillglade Fane and attempted all manner of treatments. But the results were always the same. Whatever the answer is, it's not alchemy or conjuring. Why did it have to be Y'shtola and Urianger and not me? Out of all of us, they are the ones who could feasibly have solved this puzzle. And Alphino's still missing. God, it's all going wrong. Where do we even start?
A grave situation indeed. Might I be of some assistance?
Oh? Cryle. Good to see you.
Cryle! I thought you busy delving into the mysteries of Eureka.
When word reached me of the plight of our friends, I could not well stay away. As a fellow scion, not to mention your erstwhile mentor, this is one of those times you should feel free to call on me, regardless of my personal circumstances.
Yes, I should have thought of that. Thank you for coming, Cryle. We would welcome your insight.
And I should be happy to provide it. Now, what's this I hear about Alphino heading into Imperial territory? That boy always did have some funny ideas. Do you remember the speech he gave when he was accepted to the Studium?
My life's goal is naught less than the salvation of this star.
That particular grand pronouncement has been a source of great embarrassment to him, as you know. But the fact of the matter is, he meant every word and has lived his life accordingly.
Yes, he remains altruistic to a fault. But I'm worried he was too fixated on his goals to see the dangers, as has happened before.
You needn't be so concerned. Though his values remain the same, Alphino is not the blinkered boy he once was. Slowly but surely his eyes have been opened, thanks to a certain someone.
You're
A certain
welcome.
someone whom he'd be mortified to learn had heard about his little speech. Mum's the word, eh?
Okay. Lips are sealed.
Right, I'd better have a look at our patients. They're in the infirmary, I assume. I'll need absolute quiet, so it would be best if I did this alone. If you'll excuse me. All three are in fine physical health. At a glance, I would say they were merely sound asleep.
But...
Except for the fact that I couldn't sense the slightest trace of them in their bodies. It's as if their souls have taken leave of their physical forms.
Ah, yes. The Elder Seedseer made a similar observation.
I've read the report. When you heard this mysterious voice, you described feeling as if you were somewhere else, yes?
Yes.
If we assume the ether which comprises your essence is being drawn to some other place, then it may be possible to follow the trail it leaves behind, just as we did in our search for Thancred.
I wasn't around for that, but I can't imagine it was easy.
Oh, it wasn't. But that's no reason not to try. I will have need of Master Matoya's crystal eye if I'm even to make the attempt. So I suggest we pay her a visit.
Alrighty. Then to Idleshire. here, down here. Do, 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 do. Please do keep Alphinaud's little speech to yourself. He can be awfully sensitive at times. Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret. I heard Master Matoya was something of a recluse, but this seems extreme. Still, I'll happily overlook her eccentricities if she agrees to help us. Well then, let's go meet Master Matoya once again.
Come to disturb my peace again, have you? I hide myself away in a cave, and still you people insist on pestering me with your problems.
I'm sorry, Master.
Oh, I mistook you for young what's-his-name, but I see now you're the sister. Weren't you supposed to be the lively one? I've seen happier faces at a rain-sodden burial.
Well, I'm sorry to dash your expectations, but the situation isn't exactly conducive to gaiety.
Ha! That's more like it. Stoller used to spit and hiss like a wildcat too. Better for a young thing like you to be filled with fire and leave the doom and gloom to your elders. Now, what exactly does this tragic situation of yours have to do with me?
If I may, Master Matoya, we have need of your crystal eye once more.
And Stoller is one of the afflicted, is she?
I'm sorry.
Very well. She may be an ungrateful stray, but she's my ungrateful stray, and I'll not see her buried before I am.
Right. Let us see what we can see. I'll begin from where our friends first fell, and cast my senses out from there.
What is it? Did you find them?
Wait, this doesn't make sense. How is it even possible?
How is what possible? Kryl, what did you see?
The threads, they just ended. And no, I didn't lose track of them. I followed them as far as they went. It's as if they were cut off.
Could their ether have dissipated if it had? Oh gods! Their bodies are just husks. It's like the Broodmother's daughter all over again.
No, this is different. The Kalyana girl was already dead, body and soul, when Lakshmi effected her resurrection.
Aye, let's not jump to conclusions. If their physical forms yet breathe, and show no signs of wasting, then it follows that their souls must still be intact somewhere.
But where?
That's the question, isn't it, girl? Death has not taken them to the ethereal sea, yet there are no tracks left for us to follow.
We're no closer to an answer than when we started. But knowing their souls are still out there is progress of a sort. We just have to keep looking. Pray, excuse me a moment. Yes? I remember, but... What, to Alamigo? We're on our way. That was Lee's. Apparently, a group of Populares have defected to Alamigo, and Maxima, the envoy Alphino left with, is one of them.
What?
I'm sorry. I realize we've barely begun here, but...
Go, child, go! You've made up your mind, and life's too short for dithering.
I'll do some digging in the meantime and see if there isn't some other method we could use to continue the search.
Let's be off then.
Right.
Oh, not again. The enchantment barely seems to take these days. I'd chalk it up to old age, but I rather doubt it's that simple.
Before they took ill, Y'shtola and Urianger were sharing notes on a thinning of the ether. It seems to be happening all over.
Does it now? And here I was, all set to blame my woes on that creaking mountain of refuse clogging up the Thaliank. I fear something has gone wrong. Still, there's naught to be gained from starting in shadows. You can only do what can be done, and that but one thing at a time.
Interesting. I'm sorry I couldn't do more.
I've never seen a soul's thread end so abruptly before. So that's the woman who tamed Y'shtola. I had the distinct feeling of being grabbed by the scruff of the neck and having the nonsense shaken out of me. When Alphinaud is back, I'd like to visit again and ask her what tales she has of grandfather. I almost can't bear to hear what Maxima has to tell us. But it can't be bad news, can it? Least who has said. Unless... there's no point speculating. Lee said that she notified the guards of our coming, so we should head straight to the palace gate in the Almegan Quarter. I'll be praying for good news. Learn what you can about Alphinaud's plight, and leave the rest of us and leave the search of our friends' lost souls to me. Okay. Let's go immediately. Witcha. Another lion bro. Nice. Alphinaud will be alright. He has to be. Greetings, Scions. The commander told me to expect you. Shall I show you in? Yes, please.
I'm sorry to drag you halfway across the realm, but when Maxima mentioned Alphinaud, I thought you'd want to hear the news in person.
Ah, we meet again. Though I was hoping our reunion would be under more auspicious circumstances.
You and me both.
What happened to my brother? Where is Alphinaud?
Never fear, my lady. Your brother was in fine health when I took my leave of him, and I have no reason to assume that has changed.
You assume?
If you will allow me, I shall endeavor to explain events. Our troubles began not long after we departed Doma. While crossing the burn, we were fired upon by the Emperor's personal guard and forced to make an emergency landing. As we stumbled from the wreckage, our attackers fell upon us again, and we would have perished there and then were it not for the intercession of a third party, a band of mercenaries whose leader claimed to pursue a vendetta against the Ascians. This shadow hunter, as he styled himself, then escorted us out of the wastes to relative safety. Upon arriving back in civilization, I gathered my Populares colleagues and prepared to flee the Empire. Master Alphinaud, however, declined the invitation to join us, preferring to continue his investigation into the Ascian threat.
Well, at least he's not lying in a heap in the burn. Tell us more about these Ascian hunters. Who are they? And is Alphinaud still with them?
He is. As to who they are, I'm afraid I have nothing to tell you. Beyond the fact that they root out and destroy Ascians, they were unwilling to divulge anything which might serve to identify them. They would not even reveal their next destination. but Master Alphino asked to accompany them all the same. Since parting company with your brother, we've been engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the Emperor's Guard. We made our way through province after province, finding the army busy restoring order wherever we went, until we finally arrived here in Alamigo. I cannot thank Commander Aldin enough for giving us such an unexpectedly warm welcome.
I'm not inclined to turn away refugees, no matter which land they call home. And if they can tell me how things lie in Garlemald, all the better.
On that subject, there is much I would tell you. During the course of our journey, we heard tales that an entire rebel army had been slaughtered in the space of a single night. It would seem my former comrades grew tired of putting down uprisings in the conventional manner, and chose instead to bring a formidable new weapon to bear. Details were sparse, but the rumor alone was enough to dampen the flames of rebellion. I have also heard reports that several companies have withdrawn from their designated provinces and begun marching westward. It is my assessment that the Empire's forces are mobilizing for a large-scale military engagement.
Westward? You mean they're getting ready to invade Alamigo?
We knew this was coming, but not that it would be so soon.
Way too soon.
We've barely even begun to shore up our defenses. They won't stop an invading army.
No, they won't. Dispatch messengers to the Alliance leadership requesting reinforcements, and send word to our officers in the field to hasten completion of those border fortifications. Prepare to meet the Imperials head on! No matter how quickly we act, we still want for time. When the enemy comes into view, our best recourse will be to open negotiations with their commander, and see that the ensuing proceedings take as long as possible.
Would you and Alize head to Doma and let Lord Hien know about this? I'm sure he'll want to hear about Alphino too.
Consider it done. We'll send word when...
Untold sorrow must be changed. Ahead looms a calamity. It'll become instant. Throw wide the gates.
My head.
You heard it too.
Yeah.
Well, at least we're both still standing.
Oh, thank the gods. I thought we'd lost you for a moment there. Why does this keep happening?
I wish I knew. Nothing we've tried has brought us any closer to an answer. We'll keep working on it. But first, we need to go and see Lord Hien.
So Alphino is safe. For the present at least. Now all we need to worry about is full-scale Imperial invasion. I'm actually glad Lise asked us with visiting Lord Hien. Better to be dashing from place to place than sitting around stowing over things we can't change. To the Enclave. Right. Nope. Instead we can do this. Oh. There's some people here. Dalmasca. The fall of Rabanastre was not the end of our nation. We who survived retreated underground, and have been gathering strength to mount a counteroffensive. Dalmasca will rise again. Oh man. Suddenly I get my flashbacks to Final Fantasy XII. I'm come to represent the lands of Naksha. Long have we struggled in defiance of the Empire, waiting for such opportunity as this alliance presents. Naksha. That's not familiar to me. After their humbling at our hands, Magna and his Ordinaire have spent every waking moment upon the training fields. Defeat does not sit well with the son and his children. The Imperials have enjoyed the freedom of the Ruby Sea for long enough. This time they pay their dues.
We of the Blue Kojin will not submit to the Empire's tyranny. If only our red brethren would awaken to their folly. Alone, Doma could accomplish little against the Empire, but in concert with the allies who have gathered here today, we might do much.
Leo, you arrive in time to witness the beginning of our new alliance. Our proposal struck a chord with many of our neighbors, I am pleased to say. Hey Hien, buddy old pal.
Greetings, my friends. I was just discussing future endeavors with the members of our newly formed alliance.
The Kojin and the Confederacy you already know, and it was your own strength of arms that won us the cooperation of the steppe tribes. We've also been joined by our neighbors from Naksha and the indomitable citizens of Dalmasca, though the scattered nature of the latter's resistance will somewhat delay their official induction. These proud peoples are united under a single purpose, to stand against the tyranny of the Garlean Empire. I'm glad to see your alliance is coming together so swiftly. As things stand, I fear we shall soon have need of your strength.
I thank you for bringing me news of Alphino. His fate is never far from my thoughts, and not only because he is our emissary. As for the sudden deployment of Imperial forces, I agree that Alamiga would be wise to shore up its borders with all haste.
Every report we receive from our shinobi indicates a massive of troops in the western provinces. It seems all but certain that the Empire is poised to bring its fist upon Eorzea.
And I would help deflect that blow, but I cannot risk sending reinforcements just yet. We will remain vulnerable to the airborne assault until our wall in the burns is in place.
The all-important Allegan energy barrier.
The energy barrier. Yes. I thought to call it something more auspicious. A name drawn from the four lords of legend. Perhaps Serious Aegis or some such. Well, just a thought.
The Ironworks engineers report that they have finished calibrating the generators and are ready to proceed for the testing stage.
Have you time to attend the first test? You see the field which protects Azislav firsthand, and would see interest to hear how you think of ours compares. Why not?
I will come too, if you don't mind. Though I'm no Y'shtola, I may be able to offer some insight.
Of course. Time being of the essence, it would be best if we made directly for the burn. Yugiri, I leave you and Hakuro to bring the War Council to a close.
Understood. Your mounts are saddled and ready, my lord. Where are the storms? You obviously have some idea of what to expect, having seen the barrier at Aziz's Law. But having not had that pleasure myself, I'm exceedingly curious to see a wall capable of keeping out one of those massive Imperial airships. Well, we'll see what kind of power it has.
We'll cross the burn by Yol and Falcon. As before, join me at the overlook near the House of the Fierce.
Well, good luck, guys. Let's pray there are no sandstorms brewing out there.
Give the word when you're ready to take wing.
Yes, let's go.
It seems the engineers have matters well in hand. Should the barrier work as we intend, Doma will be free to reinforce her allies in Alamigo without fear of weakening her own borders. Honored friends, the time has come to put your hard work to the test. Start the generator.
Whoa!
Node 1 is operational. Nodes 2 to 8 are reporting similar energy levels. The barrier is forming. $1,000 yards. 2,000. 3,000. Expansion remains smooth. No fluctuations detected. $4,000. 5,000. Target altitude reached. The barrier is holding steady at 5,000 yards. We've done it.
Very nice. Very nice. Uh-oh.
Is that an Imperial airship? Of all the rotten timing.
But this is a gift, Mistress Alize. They can test our new wall for us. Seems solid enough, though I was hoping for a fireball.
By the gods. It's Alpha, no. What are you? Let me go! He has my brother!
Lower the barrier!
Be at ease, girl. The lad is not dead, merely locked in slumber.
No, not him too.
So he was next.
We could identify no cause and found no remedy. Thus I sought to return him to Doma, and into the arms of Lord Hien himself, it would seem. It is a day for fated reunions. Would you not agree, adventurer? Or should I address you as the Warrior of Light?
Do I know you from somewhere? Wait. That mask, it... Gaius von Balzar.
Aye. Gaius von Balzar. The Black Wolf. That was the title I was given. One I have long since relinquished.
How did you
Stand
survive?
down. The legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion died in Castrum Meridianum. I am no more than Gaius Balzar, a man without rank or allegiance.
Impossible. There's no way you could have survived.
Do you remember how it unfolded?
Well...
How I was deceived by La Habrea? How I was convinced that reviving the Ultima weapon would allow me to bring peace to Eorzea? The Ascian used me, as he used so many others, all to further the restoration of his wretched god. Yet even with the might of Alec at my command, you bested me. And as the Praetorium went up in flames, I was content to burn along with it. For a moment at least. A moment of folly. To surrender my life thus would have been to betray all who died for my cause. It was for them that I dragged myself free of the rubble, and swore vengeance on the Ascians. The Black Wolf has shed his pelt, never to return to Garlemald or her legions. I live now only to exact revenge. My principal quarry was to be La Habrea, whom I gather you have since ushered onto oblivion.
Yeah, we managed to defeat him once and for all.
But so many more remain. Long as their kind lurked in the shadows, laboring to sow chaos throughout our world, I would see each and every one dragged into the light and put to the sword. Are the Scions not of like mind?
In this single respect, perhaps.
Then I shall continue the partnership the boy began, and share what intelligence I have acquired. Among the Ascians, the black-masked ilk are subordinate to those who wear red. This you already know. Yet among the red there exists a hierarchy. Those set adrift with the shards clearly stand below those still joined to the source. Nabriales, who once dared to intrude upon the Rising Stones, belonged to the former group, and while he was indeed a dangerous foe, his powers were inconsequential next to the paragons of the Source. The first was La Habrea, who plagues us no more. There is also the white-robed Elidibus, and the elusive Emmet Selk, about whom little is known.
We have files on La Habrea and Elidibus, but I believe this Emmet Selk is new to us?
Yeah, never heard that name before.
As I assume my brother told you, we have evidence to suggest that an Ascian now walks in the body of the Crown Prince. Have you identified this interloper?
Elidibus seems the most likely culprit. As emissary, it is his role to maintain the equilibrium between darkness and light. Your many deeds in Hydaelyn's name have upset the balance, and I believe he seeks to restore it by throwing his considerable power behind the Empire. As a leader of the Ascians, he is one of our primary targets. It was on the trail of this very prey that the boy and I came across the scene of a failed uprising. In the absence of a single Garlean casualty, we inspected the bodies of the rebels, and the lack of any external injury drew my immediate attention. They had been slain by Black Rose, an alchemical invention of the Imperial Army. When I yet served as legatus, I ordered its production halted, and all stockpiles destroyed. Toxic gas is not a tool of conquest, but of extermination.
Toxic gas? This must be the new weapon Maxima warned us about. Something deadly enough to sweep away all resistance in a matter of hours. Gods. You don't think they're planning to use this in Alamigo, do you?
Put your fears to rest. We infiltrated the production facility and destroyed all existing stores of the chemical along with the plant itself. Even should they rebuild the operation, they will not soon manufacture another batch. Regardless, I would draw your attention to a directive we discovered in the plant's records. The document was marked with a recent date and authorized with the signature of one Zeno Galvus.
A dead man signing the death warrant for thousands. 'Tis bad comedy.
But the tale does not end there. Within that same facility was a chamber filled with devices of elegant design. Cloning technology, we realized. And what should we find in each and every incubator? But a young Emperor Solus. All of which prompts the question, were the Ascians responsible for these abominations, or was it the will of the Emperor? I must know which hand guides the Empire. Though I have given up my rank, I am yet a son of Garlemald, and I will fight for the future of my homeland. It is time I return to the hunting of shadows. We should focus on our common foe. To reopen old quarrels now would serve no purpose.
You saved my brother's life, so I'm willing to let sleeping dogs lie. But in truth, it's not my decision to make.
You're right. There are more important matters at hand.
There was a time when I scorned those who placed their faith in false gods, even as I, in my blinkered conviction, place mine in Ascian promises. Unlike yours, my strength of will and my restraint was found wanting. We shall meet again, warrior of light.
So that was the infamous Black Wolf. An unexpected ally, to say the least.
Tell me.
Well, I am content to leave the fine-tuning of the barrier to cleverer minds. Let us bid our friends from the Ironworks farewell, and see what can be done for Alphino back in Dorma.
To think that he still yet lives. Alphino is safely enscored in a private chamber. My finest healer is examining him as we speak. I spoke with the physician, and there are no outward signs of illness. Alphino is lost in a sleep from which he cannot be awoken, just like the others. It seems that even the lands of the Empire were not far enough away to escape that cursed voice. I share your frustration, Alize, I do. But Alphino is returned to us alive, and otherwise unharmed. All that remains is to find the means to wake him. Until then, you can but fulfill your duties as a scion, yours and your brother's both. You're right, of course. There are arrangements to be made, and little time to make them. To business then, my lord. Now that we know Sarius' wall works as intended, can we expect the reinforcements for Alamigo? You most certainly can. As promised, we will send troops to bolster our allies in Eorzea without delay. Pray be aware, however, that they will not arrive without delay, save for some few who boast teleportation magics. The bulk of our force must be transported by sea, a lengthy voyage of which the smaller vessels favored by the Confederacy are ill-equipped. Accordingly, I mean to enlist the assistance of the East Altenor Trading Company in finding suitable ships. As for navigating the distance in question, we are in happy position to be able to call upon those who plotted the course of my people's exodus to Eorzea. Beyond the procurement of ships, I think it unlikely that our East Altenor friends will consent to any involvement in military operations. But I am certain they will afford Alphino a berth aboard one of their vessels. I shall have a chirurgeon accompany him every ilm of the way to a rising stones. You have my thanks, Lord Hien. Yugiri, I will go on ahead with our friends to Alamigo. At least all those capable of teleportation, and put them at the disposal of the Eorzean Alliance as soon as possible. They will form the vanguard. Yes, my lord. This is exactly what we hoped for. Lys and the Alliance leaders will be glad indeed to welcome the combined strength of the East. Meanwhile, at the Black Rose chemical plant.
Our supplies at Black Rose have been ruined, but the new plant is already under construction. We should have the first batch ready in time for the offensive, Your Radiance.
See that you do.
Ah, yes, the infamous Black Rose. If I recall correctly, Gaius did not much care for the invention. A ruthless and indiscriminate weapon indeed, this airborne poison. It seems you are capable of making decisions worthy of your bloodline.
With no gift for sorcery, we Garleans must look to Magitech to even the odds. If it spares the needless deaths of our soldiers and serves the cause of this empire, there is no method I would not employ.
How very noble of you. Truly, though, I must commend you for embracing your role as Emperor. You play the part of the determined ruler well. Sometimes even I catch myself believing. A silent agent of death. Now that I think on it, Black Rose may well possess the perfect aspect. Slowly but surely, the deluge of light has worked upon the ether here in the source, and the gas should be most susceptible to its influence. Well, I shall leave you to your own devices. Go forth and bloody the land with your grand and glorious war.
While you do what, precisely?
Need you ask? I will be doing what all Ascians do.
I am well aware that your kind exists only to usher in the next calamity. But you seem oblivious to the harm your singular agenda causes to the Empire. You cannot have forgotten the events which followed your mortal demise. Our homeland was plunged into civil war for your failure to name a successor. The edifice you so carefully constructed was but a hair's breadth from collapse.
Are you truly so naive? You thought me oblivious to the consequences of a departure so painstakingly timed?
It was by design?
Well, of course it was. Though I will admit the resulting panic exceeded even my wildest expectations. But how can you be surprised? Throwing the world into disarray was the very purpose for which this nation was, as you say, so carefully constructed. Now, if you have no further questions, I must be on my way. Since we may not meet again in this lifetime, it would be remiss of me not to offer a word or two of gratitude. I really must thank you for this surplus of vessels. I can mold any host into my own image, but having bodies tailor-made for me in this fashion is so much less tiresome. You dabbled in Allagan cloning techniques, yes? It certainly is a compelling, not to mention entertaining, field of research. And of all the options available, you chose the Founding Father on whom to experiment. You have a twisted streak to you, Varus. Like grandsire, like grandson, hey? If events play out as planned, this will become something of a family enterprise. You will be the capstone of this world, I the anchor in the shard, and together we will give the lie to this star's fraudulent existence.
Sheesh. Just put on some makeup and purple and a purple suit. We must leave now to convene with Eorze's leaders. It may be some time before I return to Doma. Hakuro, I'll leave you in command.
My lord.
I shall assemble an advance party with all haste, and join you in Alamigo forthwith. I've just received word from Lys. The Alliance has established a base camp near Alamigo's northeastern border. Once we arrive in the locks, we're to report to a resistance officer stationed in Porta Praetoria, who will point us in the right direction. Let's not keep them waiting. Alrighty then. To the locks.
Here we are again, ready to fight the same foe. Yet I will not be anywhere else. This conflict concerns us all. Somewhat may we cannot allow the Empire to regain its grip on Alamigo.
Here, I think we found the guy Lys mentioned.
Ah, you must be the Scion party I was told to look out for. If you'll follow me, I'll take you directly to Alliance headquarters.
Welcome back, you two. Greetings, Lord Hien. Glad you could join us.
Glad to be here. I would have come sooner, while our own defense is not in question, but I am pleased to report that our soldiers are assembling for deployment to Alamigo as we speak.
We're grateful for your support. Thanks to the efforts of our allies, it won't be long before we've established defensive positions on this front as well.
We have some good news too. Alphino has come back to us. As for the bad news...
So, Alphino won't wake up, Gaius van Baelsar is alive and hunting Ascians, and the Empire is planning to poison us all with toxic gas. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Ordinarily, any one of those things would have left me in shock. But the way things have been lately, it's all starting to seem pretty normal. Getting back to your report, are we sure this Black Rose is the weapon Maxima was talking about?
It fits the description. And it seems we have Alphino to thank for sparing us an early demonstration of its effectiveness. I have a feeling this won't be the last time his bravery in the Empire will serve us here in Eorzea. The threat of an unknown weapon has had us all on edge. But now that we know what we're dealing with, we can take steps to defend against it. As for Gaius, I'm not sure what to think. Am I happy he's alive? Not in the slightest. Am I happy he's hunting Ascians? Aye. I'd have to say I am.
Oh, speaking of Garleans you didn't expect to see, we have a tale of our own, as it happens. When we sent envoys to the Imperial Army to request talks, they returned with the message that Varys Zos Galvus would be attending.
The Emperor himself?
The Emperor himself? Well, Varys did sanction the Popularis peace mission. But knowing that an Ascian walks in his son's skin, I do not see how we can trust him or anyone from that nest of vipers.
The Alliance would proceed with negotiations regardless, if only to give ourselves more time to prepare. We do, however, require your cooperation.
Right. Yes. So, as a condition for the talks to go forward, the Empire has requested that a member of the Scions be present. There'll be a representative from each Alliance nation, of course, but I'm afraid we have to ask that you come along too.
God, Lise, you know how much I hate politics. But then, what choice do I have? Alphino and the others aren't going to do it. Very well. I shall attend as the Scion's representative.
In case you're wondering why I didn't ask you, the Empire also requested the presence of Eorzea's champion.
I thought so. Not enough fun of politics either, but I'll be there.
That's settled then. We don't know what Varys means to bring to the table, or why he wants you there, but having you close at hand will make all the difference.
The meeting will take place on the border. Anticipating an early assault, we mean to position the bulk of our forces nearby.
The Alliance leaders should already be on their way. Once you're ready, we can head out and join them.
Whew. Now this is kind of interesting. If Sharlayan could not negotiate peace with the Empire, I rather doubt war can be avoided here. But every moment we steal, our preparations will count in the final reckoning. Is Emperor Varys in thrall of the Ascians? That is the question.
Should the Empire decide to ignore the rules of parley, we could be fighting far sooner than we'd like. Keep your weapons close.
Well, I don't suppose it's polite to keep an Emperor waiting too long, shall we? Yes, let's parley.
Esteemed representatives of the Eorzean Alliance, on behalf of the Garlean Empire, I thank you for inviting me here today. As this parley was convened at your request, I invite you to speak first.
Very well, Your Radiance. I, Nanimo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, should be pleased to oblige you. As recent events in Alamigo and Doma have made plain, the subjugation and exploitation of neighboring nations is not a sustainable policy. Should this day end in war, you may very well defeat us. But you will never extinguish the people's desire for freedom. Though it may not be in our lifetime, there will be another revolution, another war, and the cycle will continue. Domar has entered into a concord with the nations of Eorzea, a partnership wherein we recognize one another as equals. Garlemald could be afforded similar treatment. You need only set aside your ambitions and join us in paving a path towards peace.
You will not win me over with sophistry, Your Grace. As you know only too well, this alliance lacks the strength to keep the peace within its own borders. Even now, your struggles with the Beastmen continue unabated. Divided, you sow this fertile soil with the seeds of your differences and reap naught but discord and chaos for your trouble. Eorzea must be united under one leader, one purpose. I would offer you both and bring an end to your strife.
With all due respect, Your Radiance, the only thing that you offered the people of Alamigo was fear and hopelessness.
The citizens of Dorma can also attest to the meager arms of Imperial rule. There is no purpose to be found in a life of oppression, each day more uncertain than the last.
Our people are willing to die for their freedom. A great many already have, and countless more will, if we don't put an end to this madness here and now.
We brought order and stability to your lives. This madness and bloodshed is of your own making. You broke the peace, not Garlemald.
Peace. Order. You kill our peoples, despoil our lands, take everything that is ours. And what? You expect us to lick the boot that grinds our faces into the dirt?
I expect you to weigh the costs. To recognize that countless lives have been lost on both sides in pursuit of a greater good, and to not squander all we have achieved in a fit of petulance.
Your Radiance, I fear I can personally attest to the dangers of pursuing one's vision with such righteous fervor. For 1,000 years, the Holy See of Ishgard waged war with dragons. A 1,000 years of sacrifice, of sorrow and hate, in which we bathed in the blood of friend and foe alike. Had it gone on any longer, we may well have drowned. Yet we have chosen to raise ourselves out of this bloody spiral, and have since made peace with our former enemy.
So I understand. No doubt the dragons were more receptive to your overtures in the wake of their leader's demise. You speak of peace, yet use war to achieve it. Your father would not have bothered to obscure his intent with honeyed words. He understood that strength is all that matters in the end. Without his clarity of vision, I can but wonder what will become of Ishgard and her people. There was a time when Garlemald too lacked a leader of conviction. Weak and unable to wield magic, we were at the mercy of the strong from whom we sought refuge in the bitter cold of the north. Were it not for the discovery of ceruleum and the subsequent development of magitech, we might never have gained the power to take back that which was rightfully ours.
You speak as if your people were the first to have been driven from their homes. Limsa Lominsa was built by wayward souls in search of a place to call their own. On the shores of Vilbrand we found it, and from those humble beginnings did we grow and flourish. And all without robbing our neighbors of their liberty.
So saith the pirate. Am I to believe that you simply asked the kobolds to yield up their lands and that they were happy to oblige you? That you did not drive them out like rats in the hold of one of the many ships seized by your privateers? I will concede that after centuries of exile, reclamation may be mistaken for invasion. Nevertheless, it is not. And those who till stolen soil have no right to object when cast out in turn.
Your uncompromising nature rivals that of the Ixal. They too lament circumstances which they themselves perpetuate. Were they but to embrace peace, we would welcome them with open arms. Indeed, some few have done just that, and now receive of the Twelve's Wood's bounty. Would that your people might learn from their example.
You dare compare us to the Birdmen? You who thought to invoke the 12 and threaten all of creation?
I came here in the hope of finding some speck of common ground, but I see now these discussions will accomplish nothing. Despite what you people may believe, I am not wont to choose the sword over the olive branch. 'Tis but a pity men are loath to accept one without first being shown the other.
Wait! I beg you. This meeting was supposed to be a chance to find a way forward together, not to bemoan the missteps which brought us here. Please. If you truly consider violence a last resort, there must be a way we can come to an agreement.
As Mistress Alisaie says, we did not come here to bicker over the past, but to discuss how we might strive towards a brighter future. Emperor Varys, may I suggest a short recess, that all present might compose themselves prior to beginning anew?
Very well. I pray this intermission will suffice to move these talks in a more constructive direction.
Whoa. Not only is he intimidating, but he's very smart. He has studied like the history of all of the cities of Eorzea, some way or another. "'Tis true that Limsa Lominsa's beginnings were not wholly honorable, but our all wrongs do not make the Empire's deeds right. I do much wonder what Emperor Varys' decision to attend these negotiations.
It is plain that he has no intention of hearkening to our entreaties. But what then is his goal? Why do I get the feeling the Emperor is hiding something?
Varys holds fast to his ideals, just as I knew he would. He will not be swayed from this path.
For years we have warred with the Empire, and with no end in sight. A parley such as this represents a unique opportunity, and I would not squander it with bitter words.
For a moment I fear our talks were descending to violence, there and then. Alisaie speak of her dislike for politics, but her honest plea may very well have prevented an early battle. Whatever rebuttal I had in mind was lost when Varys mentioned my father. The man is certainly skilled at keeping his opponents off balance. Yeah. He really knows our history.
Phew. This is really not my forte. After his Radiant's little performance, it was all I could do not to swear at him. Honestly, I don't know how I ended up playing the mediator. I just asked myself what Alphina would have done, tried my best to do the same, and by some miracle it worked. But there really is no common ground to be found with that man, nor do I think he looked for any. So the question becomes, what did he come here to do? Because you may be certain it wasn't to make peace. Whatever it is, I can't make it out. Not yet, at least. We do have a little time before the parley is due to reconvene. Though, so why not try consulting your illustrious leaders? May they have some insight to share. I will say one thing for this Varys. He's well versed in Eorzean history. His interest in our affairs is that of a beast in its prey. The conqueror would know its enemies. All should know their enemies, yet there is much and more we do not know of the Empire.
Then it's up to us to change that, here and now.
Ha! You will have me ask the Emperor himself? Well, mayhap there is some wisdom in that. If we can skirt the storm of his displeasure, we may yet come to our answers, even if it does sail in close to the wind. "12 have mercy, but for Lady Alisaie's timely interjection, we might well have come to blows at the negotiating table. Not that Emperor Varys let us great many options. Is unconditional surrender all he will accept, do you think?
Ere he arrived, I said yes, but having heard him speak, I cannot help but think he came with some other end in mind.
Exactly. He's building up to something, I know it. How then should we approach the rest of the parley? Have you anything to say, Warrior of Light?
Well, invite Varys to explain himself.
You believe he's more apt to reveal the truth if we put him at his ease? Mayhap you're right. Thank you, Leo.
This parley was never like to bring peace, but I had hoped to learn something of Emperor Varys' relationship with the Ascians. As we all, if he is in league with them, it's not like to volunteer the fact. If he is not, how much weaker would his position seem for their presence? If we are to branch that particular subject, we will need to be subtle. Would that I knew more of the man. If you will indulge me, Lord Hien, you received the Imperial education, did you not? Is it true that the Emperor's will is considered absolute? There is no higher authority in all of Gollermold, nor else in the heavens. Come to that. Veneration of the gods is forbidden, the only worship permitted being of that his radiance's own person.
That sounds suspiciously like a religion in itself. I share your disdain for their hypocrisy. Even as they denigrate the idea of faith, they revere their leader with fervor others reserve for the divine. 'Tis a flaw common to much of the doctrine they fed us. Logical on the surface, perhaps, but contradictory upon closer examination. I wonder if a discussion of the various discrepancies might prompt Varys to reveal something. You spoke with everyone then? Good. Now all that remains is to await the pleasure of the Emperor, and hope we fare better at the second attempt.
Now then, who would have the floor?
Before we resume, I wish to offer you an apology. After you graciously accepted our invitation to discuss an armistice, we have done naught but rebuke you at every opportunity. I believe I speak for all of us when I say we are deeply sorry for our discourtesy.
I'll admit your familiarity with our affairs surprised me, and served to remind me how little I know of yours.
I think all here can understand the desire to reclaim one's homeland. But why expand further? That is my question.
If I may, the answer can be found in the Imperial doctrine they took great pains to impart to my people. Recognizing the threat icons posed to the world, Solus Zos Galvus decreed that they were to be eradicated. To this end, he began a campaign to unite all lands under the Garlean banner. Or so we were taught. Yet the Emperor only reached the burn, the Baron said to have been laid waste by icons, after conquering all the lands that lay between. What is more, I am quite certain the practice of summoning was not nearly so widespread in the days before the Empire's founding.
When you put it like that, it all starts to sound like an excuse, doesn't it? But to distract from what? Why are you really waging this war?
Finally, you ask the right question. I can but hope you heed mine answer and at last accept the righteousness of our cause. My goal is this: to return the world to the way it once was, the way it was always meant to be. In doing so, mankind will be made whole once more. No longer will we suffer from the dissension born of our differences. There will be but one race, a perfect race, as we were when time began.
What in Rulga's name are you talking about?
I am talking about the origins of this star, of the source and its 13 reflections. At the instant of the great sundering, 'twas not only the world that was shattered, but mankind itself. Thus were we divided into myriad races, each with its own unique imperfections. That is why man looks upon his neighbor and feels fear and hatred, why he wages war, why he kills his brother. You all in your own way have proven as much today. The peace you seek is but a fleeting solution to a fundamental problem. One which calls for more drastic measures. To bring about everlasting peace, our worlds must be rejoined. That
is the goal the Empire would see realized. The glorious future unto which we shall one day shepherd mankind.
A rejoining of worlds.
I have heard this tale of the Source and its reflections before.
Are these not the self-same desires as the Ascians?
Emperor Varys, do not trust in their words. They will lead you to your doom. My father thought to use them, but in the end he succumbed to their temptations. He embraced summoning like so many other pawns before him. Do not tell us you mean to do the same.
To be a pawn, free from the burden of choice, would be a blessing. But I forswore that privilege the day I learned that the Garlean Empire was built by the hand of an Ascian.
What?
Yes. My grandsire, the former Emperor, is of their number. And who better to build an empire capable of bringing about the calamitous change we desire? Would you condemn me for this alliance, for bowing to the will of these shadowy masters, when the prize is true and lasting peace?
I will stop you and the Ascians, no matter the cost.
I come not to conquer, but to liberate. To free man from the prison of divergence.
Imagine a world united. One perfect race beneath a single standard. An army before whose might these servants of darkness and light would fly, as leaves in a storm, never again to meddle in man's affairs. We would be the masters of our own fate. I bid you join me, not as subjects of Garlemald, but of a new nation. And together we shall win freedom for ourselves and generations yet unborn.
You want to trigger another half-dozen calamities? You can't be serious!
Have you forgotten how many died? There will be no one left.
Do you truly imagine we would aid you in your bloodletting?
It is unthinkable, unconscionable.
And what is the alternative? To be as cattle waiting for slaughter? I would have us work together, that we might take fate into our own hands.
Into your hands, perhaps. But what of the other worlds, your radiance? With every calamity, you obliterate a star and every soul that dwells on it.
To the Ascians, we are all but tiny, momentary specks within an indifferent universe. We cannot hope to oppose them until we have been made whole once more.
Are these truly the words of Garlemald's ruler? The flaws and foibles which you so abhor are what make us who we are. Every nation, even yours, Emperor Varys, is made whole through the combination of these imperfections, the strengths of one compensating for the weaknesses of another. While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others, fostering community and cooperation. That the protector of an empire should not only reject these fundamental truths, but seek to change them at so dear a cost to life is indefensible. Such a man is not fit to govern.
And you, warrior of light, would you refuse me as well?
Yes. I don't want to join you in this endeavor. This is pure madness. I cannot condone such a loss of life.
It would seem the Alliance is of one mind on this matter.
You Eorzeans never cease to disappoint me. Though I suppose I have only myself to blame for expecting more from savages. This discussion is at an end. I bid you make ready for our next meeting. It will not be at the negotiating table.
That was intense.
His grand plan is to bring about more calamities? This is insanity. This madman must be stopped at all costs. I'm glad we arrived in time to aid in the battle. Though our vanguard may be small, these few are but our chosen elite, the finest warriors of the Far East.
We suspect the Asians meddle in the shadows of the Empire, but the truth is far beyond my wildest imaginings. At least now we know the face of our enemy, and need not hesitate to strike at its heart. The Empire exists to wage war, and war it shall have, but its vast armies pour in like the tides themselves. This could well be the greatest military threat Eorzea has ever faced.
The Temple Knights have deployed in full strength. Eorzea's future is Ishgard's future, and our fates ride upon the outcome of this conflict.
The Asians are terrible beings. Indeed that they would found the entire nation to further their dark designs. It would seem that the Empire's history is as sinister as Ishgard's own. My first engagement as a Flame General, and it's a full-scale war with the Empire. I feel some measure of nervousness, of course, but I swear that I will make Father proud in the battles to come.
Now that we have learned the Emperor's true purpose, war has become an inevitability. This time, like these, I curse my own uselessness in battle.
Send me to the front lines, if you please. We'll give the Imperials a taste of the Maelstrom's cannons. Not to mention my axe.
It makes a twisted kind of sense that the Empire was built by the Chaos Bringers themselves. The revelation yet rattles me. But now that we know our enemies are one and the same,
We have a target upon which to unleash the full force of the Alliance. I refuse the Emperor's words with all my being. What justice is there in an ideal that demands the sacrifice of so many? I came back to find Doma's advance party ready and waiting for battle. So as worrying as our little chat with the Emperor was, it did buy enough time to at least some of our allies to arrive.
I'm not sure what I was expecting from our meeting with the Emperor, but it wasn't that. Still, at least we know now what he's really after.
Aye, a future built on a mountain of bodies. I too want the Ascians dead, but not at any cost.
The last of the reinforcements from Doma arrived not long ago. I pray it will be enough. Given the Emperor's stated goal, this is a battle we can ill afford to lose.
If the Gallians come in force, we may not have much say in the matter, even with our combined strength.
We knew from the first that the odds would be against us. But if there is even the slightest chance of victory, we must do everything in our power to seize it.
We must seize it, full stop.
Here!
The two of you are to join an irregular unit and support the main host. I won't bother asking if you're minded to fight.
After coming this far, how could I not? And for once, there's no one around to counter on me. Not that they would. Not even my brother. But we all know who really make the difference. Ready to frighten some Garleans?
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't want to be on their side.
Might I ask you to accompany the Dorman contingent? They are strangers here, and your presence would do much to raise their spirits.
We would be honored.
When our people stride out with you in their midst, I dare say the Eorzeans will feel an ilm taller themselves. High spirits have a way of spreading.
What I wouldn't give to join you. But my duties as field commander will not allow it. I'll leave the front lines in your capable hands. Comrades, ready your arms. The hour of battle has come. May the crystal guide us to victory!
Since the others couldn't be here, we'll have to fight twice as hard. If Alphinaud wakes to find the Imperials have won, I shall never hear the end of it. It's strange. I thought I would be terrified when the fighting started. I should be terrified. But with you at our side, I can't help feeling everything is going to be all right.
Nice to hear you say that.
So please, don't you dare leave me alone.
Huh?
No matter what happens, we have to survive together.
She's serious.
My duties as field commander demand I remain here at my post, but I have no doubt the front lines are in capable hands.
So, Gimlet Dark. For those who dare travel twixt Aldernauld and Nilsalbard, there is but one path that leads through Gimlet, a confluence of harsh terrain and climatic conditions have shrouded the land in perpetual darkness. And it is here that the decisive Battle of Eorzea begins. Joined by their Far Eastern allies, the Eorzean Alliance battles desperately to fight back, and seemingly endless waves of Imperial troops. In a bid to change the tides of battle, the Warrior of Light has been called to the fray, but can they prevail in this land long since lost to the light?
Let's go. For Eorzea.
Look at that. 6 nations together. Doma. Doma, the Twin Adders. The Maelstrom. The Immortal Flames. Ishgard. And Halamigo. Look how far we have come. To gain all these six individual groups, working together as one. I need to meditate on this. And wait. When my party is formed. And it is now. If the other DPS is ready to go, please? Please, with the ice cream on top. Added some cream. Cherry. Come on. Answer the action. There you go. So, we're ready for war. The Gimlet Dark.
Forward! Forward!
Leave this to me.
Ready?
You underestimate me!
Out of my way!
There's one!
This day you die!
Whew. My mistake at the end.
We served our purpose. Come, we shall withdraw from now.
Perfectly timed. Thank you, boys. Yeah. What did I get? A vest? Just a vest, okay.
There you are, and none the worse for wear.
You too, as well.
Indeed. I had hoped we might do more to help, but there seems to be no one left to fight.
A tactical withdrawal, perhaps?
We should give chase. Finish them off while we have the chance. Imagine the other surprise when they wake to find the war already won.
Not again.
The light will expunge all life. Only you can forestall the calamity. Throw wide the gates.
Yes.
No! 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 Not like...
Alice! Oh. No.
Oh no. Don't tell me. Are you all right?
Yeah.
Quickly! We must get her back to the encampment.
Alice is being cared for at the infirmary. Would that there were more we could do for her. So the Gallians have been routed, have they? Well done. Though this exchange was no more than a test of our strength. Like as not, they won't be taking any chances now that the Emperor has joined the fray. They want to take their time, whittle down our defenses. Still, with your help and that of our eastern allies, we've passed the first test. Our line is unbroken. As for Alice, well, she's in good hands over at the infirmary.
My lord, the chirurgeons have completed their examination of Mistress Alice, and it is as we feared. She is locked in a slumber without any outward cause.
Just like the others. Damn it all. Aye, the Guardians picked up a fine time to come knocking. 5 Scions incapacitated, and with the enemy on our doorstep, I cannot spare the men to assist in the search for a cure. The best I can do is see to the Alice escorted safely back to the Rising Stones. Yugiri and I will return to our encampment. The main contingent of our forces from the Far East is under sail, and all must be made ready for their arrival. I'll not keep you then. Judging by the Guardians' recent movements, or lack thereof, they won't be launching another offensive in the immediate future. You should return to the Rising Stones. Given the plight of our fellow Scions, I can understand you feel on edge.
but you'd be no good to anyone without rest. Well, thank you, Raban. Hey, Hori. Oh, Leo. Welcome home. Word I see that you and Mistress Alice gave the Guardians quite a thrashing. Speaking of whom, where is Mistress Alice? I was certain she would have returned by now. I have bad news. By the 12, not her too! Ocha and I will ready the infirmary for her arrival. We'll also need to send a message to Tataru post-haste. We'll have something other than grim tidings to share with her. And with you too, for that matter. It grieves me to report that the Archon's condition remains unchanged. As we speak, Coltane, Kryl, and Master Matoya continue to explore every possible avenue. Alas, their efforts have yet to bear fruit. All is not lost. You are still hale and whole after all. Though I suspect you must be tired from your journey. You should rest, my friend. Leave the worrying to us, for the time being at least. Thank you, Hori.
Meanwhile, at the border of Alamigo.
Ah, Leo. Yours is a welcome face indeed in these troubled times. Though if you come to inquire about our stricken brothers and sisters, I'm afraid I have not to report. Coltane and the others continued their tireless search for answers, and I too have done all in my power to assist them, alas. My apologies for the intrusion. I was told Master Alfino had been brought here, and wished to see if his condition had improved. Hey, you are... Maxima. Master Leo, I've heard about the part you played in driving back the Empire's forces. Thank you. That you were able to stop them, if only for a short while, gives me hope. I realize how strange such words must sound coming from a Guardian's lips, but I speak them out of the love I bear for my homeland, because I wish to see an end to the bloodshed.
That is why I choose to share all I know of with the Alliance. Though I will surely be branded a traitor, I am content to bear the ignominy. It will seem small price to pay if it helps to prevent this conflict from escalating any further. But enough of my prattling. The war is not what brought me all this way. I came to see Master Alphino. An acquaintance of Leo and Alphino, are you? Well, far be it for me to turn away a good company. If you follow me, sir. When word reached me that Alphino had returned, it seemed only right that I visit him. Poor lad. It pains me to see him thus, but I take solace in the knowledge that he is safe and well cared for. He fought valiantly at the burn. The Populares could not have wished for a more committed ally. I know not how he came to be so afflicted, but I pray a cure will be found soon. On an unrelated note, you may be interested to know that I travel here in the company of another acquaintance of yours. He awaits my return at the North Silver Tier, and I'm certain he will be glad to see you, assuming you can spare the time, that is. Who could it be? Let's go a little bit faster. Ah, there you are. I was beginning to think you would not come. Wait, is that Sid I see? It sounds like you've been through the mill. You should have called me. Though I must confess, tracking down missing souls isn't exactly within my field of expertise. As you may have surmised, I heard much of Master Garland growing up in Garlemald. Indeed, he has long since a source of inspiration to me. Most Garlands would say he is a traitor, but he turned his back on his country. We of the Populares, however, consider him a revolutionary, a man willing to defy the Empire's dreams of subjugation, that his inventions might bring about a better future for all mankind. Please, revolutionary is a term best reserved for my work. I am but an Imperial defector who thought to aid another Imperial defector. Whatever Master Garland says, I am humbled to find myself in such a distinguished company. Speaking of distinguished company, we heard from Raoban that you ran into an old friend in the burn. Is it true? Gaia still lives? Like most in the army, I never had the privilege of seeing the legatus without his mask. To think I walked halfway across the burn in the presence of the Black Wolf. And he claimed to have severe ties with the Empire to hunt Asians, did he? After his humbling at the Praetorium, one would think he'd have the good sense to stay dead.
Should we meet again, I shall be sure to tell him so.
Commander Alden also spoke of the Alliance's meeting with the Emperor, though I still labor to believe that what he told us. Did his Radiance really claim the Garlemald was founded by the Asians?
Yeah.
But that is madness! The very notion is absurd. Every fiber of my being rails against it, and yet I see there is no escaping the truth. From the very founding of my homeland, my brothers and sisters have laid down their lives in service to a lie. The Asians must be stopped. To save my people, to save all peoples.
For all the Empire's many crimes, even I did not suspect. Had I known, I would have left us a lot sooner. But that is in the past. Here in the present, we must apply ourselves to the problem of how the Empire's ambitions may be thwarted. Not only in Eorzea, but in the Far East as well. The Ironworks will spare no effort to achieve that end. Serious Wall was a good start, but we can do more. And we will. We'll show them what it means to achieve freedom through technology.
Begging your pardons, a bare message for the Warrior of Light.
What is it?
Commander Alden requests your presence at the Alliance headquarters in Alamigo. He will discuss matters of strategy at your earliest convenience.
Oh yes, the inevitable messenger. I knew it wouldn't be long before duty called you away.
Time no doubt will be of the essence. Could I tempt you to ride aboard the Excelsior? If there is faster way to rob on sight, I will personally apologize to the commander for keeping him waiting. Well, it's nice to see Sid once again. After what happened in Omega. I too will make for the border anon. If there is aught I can do to help, I consider my duty to see it done. I swear, every time you board my airship you seem to be barreling headlong into danger. And every time you somehow contrive to emerge victorious, which of course is an admirable skill. But no one is invincible, Leo. Not even you. So please take care of yourself up there. I pray you remain safe on the front lines. Though ill-equipped to join the fray, I shall do all I can to assist from the headquarters. My colleagues and I have been tasked with evacuating casualties by air. See that you are among them, huh? Well, I won't promise now. I won't promise anything, but I will try. And now it comes to this. The final quest in this final main mission in Stormblood, I think. Commander Alden is waiting, sir. It would be best if we proceed to Alliance headquarters at once. What is Seiju talking about? I need banana. You're here. Good. I summon you to discuss strategy. But first I will apprise you of the Guardian's movements. I'm ready.
There have been several skirmishes along the border, but as yet neither side has delivered a decisive blow.
Okay.
We had long assumed that the Garleans would overwhelm us in a straight fight, but we seem to be gaining ground, albeit slowly. As to why that might be, the most likely explanation is that they have yet to commit all their forces. Still, we're winning, and our latest intelligence suggests the Emperor has retreated back to Garlemald. In light of this, we're considering launching an offensive with the aim of pushing the front line forward and giving ourselves some room to breathe.
Commander! The Imperials! They've broken through our defenses to the east!
What?
Our scouts say their forces are being led by Lord Xenos. Lord Heian and Commander Hext have taken their troops to provide support, but we don't know how long they can hold out.
So, they've been biding their time, waiting for his arrival, have they? Very well. Send word to our allies, requesting reinforcements for the front line. Should the worst come to the worst, I may need to enter the fray myself. But what of you? Do you still have the strength to fight?
You need only say the word.
Much obliged. Given the choice, I'd take you over 100 soldiers.
Thank you.
Why won't they open? Please, let me to open.
What's wrong? Is it the voice again?
Yes.
Are you sure you're in a fit state to do this?
Yeah. I'm ready.
May Ralga grant us strength. Give 'em hell, lad. I, for my part, will defend this place to my dying breath.
Hopefully it won't come to that. Meanwhile, at the border of Alamigo, seems I am here now. Let's go.
Ready?
Yeah.
This one's for you, Ida.
Weak.
Strength, my friends. Do not have Leo arrive to find us battered and broken. Fight and struggle if that's you want, or you will not escape your fate. Quickly, let's spread out. Our fate is not for you to decide. Enough! You will learn your place. Behold, a taste of my true power. What is this sorcery? Look upon Ame no Habakiri and know the depths of your folly. Oh, no you don't.
Here it comes!
No, Lise! No, what have you done? If you will bring all bear,
The
then
weave
so
of a
must
shinobi's
we.
power. The art of my forebears.
Well done, displaying the phantoms. Now hurry, we must protect Lise. Still you choose to struggle against the inevitable. A few hundred yards away. We may not be back foot, but it's not over yet.
If we can at least hold on till Leo arrives, I'm sure we can turn this around.
Here comes Tussie. I need not waste my time on you.
Fool fiend! Ah!
You get it!
Damn you!
Magic? With a Garlean body? That's hardly fair. Still, he must be stopped, no matter the cost.
Ah, bringer of light. It has been too long. No words to mark our reunion? So be it. Equilibrium must be restored, and only your death will redress the balance.
Alright, Xenos. Or should I say, Lidibis. Your time ends now. You will suffer your interference no longer. You think you know power of the dark? I will show you the true nature of our power. The potential of this vessel is transcendent, without limit! You are strong, bringer of light, but her blessing will avail you not. Oh, this again. To redress the balance, to ensure salvation of this star, you must fall! Impossible! How is your grown so powerful in the gift? No matter. You may have bested La Brea, but I will not be cast aside so easily. So close. Yeah.
I see. Your mother chose her champion well. Yet, for all your strength, you will still fail.
God!
Please.
No.
I beseech you.
No. Not now. Why?
Someone calls to you. Too late, alas.
What? Where is
At
this?
last, I found you.
Who are you?
Please, there's no cause for alarm. Though, I confess, this is not where I had intended to meet. But the place of our meeting is of no consequence, like the war you wage. Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. The better path leads you here, to me. I have need of your strength.
Who are you?
I'm afraid such questions will have to wait. We have precious little time, and your work is not yet done. Go to the Crystal Tower. I have left something for you near its base. It will serve as a beacon of sorts, one which I pray will help you on your journey. All you need do is find it. I will take care of the rest. Soon, we will throw wide the gates. And the path to the first will be yours to walk at last.
What? Where? Is this... Ishgard? Emmerich.
You're awake. Thank heavens.
What happened?
Do you recall the confrontation with Xenos? You were the first to come to the aid of Mistress Lys and the others on the front line.
Yes, I remember that, but after it.
In the midst of your duel, it is said you faltered, and that the Crown Prince seized the opportunity to deliver a mortal blow. Yet before his blade could find its mark, He was distracted by the arrival of a second adversary who bore you away from the battlefield and into the hands of our chirurgeons.
Who?
Lest you wonder, he left before you awoke. As is his wont.
Aha. Estinian.
Estinian never was one for emotional farewells.
Well, remind me to thank him
Though
later.
Xenos bested all before him, the battle clearly took its toll, for he retreated shortly after your rescue. Seeing this, the remaining Imperial forces decided discretion was the better part of valor and pulled back, allowing us to re-establish our position. We have since received word of renewed unrest in the provinces, doubtless inspired by the efforts of the Eorzean Alliance and our Far Eastern allies. Nor does the good news end there. We have also come into possession of intelligence suggesting unrest within the Imperial Court.
Really now?
This would certainly explain why both the Emperor and Lord Xenos appear to have abandoned the fight. A long-awaited ray of hope in these dark times.
One of the Scions. Are there still?
Yet to awake, I'm afraid. But please, concentrate on your own recovery for now. You have carried the hopes of some half-dozen nations, and we are all eternally grateful for your efforts. But no one is without their limits, not even you. Leave this fight to us, my friend. You have earned your rest. But before I forget...
Huh?
I was asked to deliver a message as soon as you awoke. A reminder that you are not alone, though many of your allies have fallen. When you are well and rested, you are to return home, where friends will be waiting for you. Now, if you will excuse me, I must return to the front. May we meet again soon, under happier circumstances.
Thank you, Emmerich. Well, this is a most unexpected surprise. I thought you'd confined to bed. Lord Edmund. When I heard you had collapsed on the field of battle, I confess I fear the worst. But with you standing here before me, I see now that the reports of your defeat were greatly exaggerated. Thank the Fury. As long as we have you, Master Platinum, history suggests we have a fighting chance. Speaking of fighting, you may be surprised to hear that the war's effect can already be felt, even here in Ishgard. In anticipation of a need for reinforcements, our Toilé will soon be departing for the front lines, with a contingent of our finest knights. I would advise you to stay until your strength has returned, but I know it will be an exercise in futility. Indeed. I suspect you have already decided on your next destination. Dark days lie ahead, of that I have no doubt.
But the light of hope shall ever guide our steps, so long as we have the will to press onward. And press onward we must. Farewell, my friend. I pray our next meeting will be under happier circumstances. Nice to see you again, my lord. But I must return home. Back to the rising stones. Hey guys, I'm back.
By the 12! I don't believe it! I rushed back as soon as I could. I swear, my heart nearly stopped when I heard you'd collapse like the others. What in heaven's name is going on?
Why can't my character just give her a hug? God damn it. She's so precious.
Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. Oh, well, that's helpful. And what else did he say? The better path leads to him? If his is the voice you've all been hearing, perhaps the others are with him.
Hey, you're
Sir
right.
Emmerich said the fighting had reached a stalemate, didn't he? But if that monster masquerading as Xenos comes back... Thancred, Yestola, Urianger, Alphano, Alize. You're going to need all of them on your side to defeat him. And I forbid you from going to face him on your own. Do you hear me? So if you must leave, go and find the others. Bring them home.
I will bring them back. I promise you that. All of you.
As for where to start, you said the stranger had left a beacon for you at the Crystal Tower, right?
Yep.
But how are you to find it, now that the tower has been sealed shut?
Good question.
There has to be a way. If anyone would know, it's Sid and the researchers of St. Coinac's Find. Don't you worry. We'll find that beacon for you.
Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace.
Meanwhile, in the fortress of Evil.
I pray you have good reason for abandoning the front.
How could I remain there while the rumor that my son is possessed by a demon spreads like a sickness here at home? I will not be made to fight for the throne a second time. But what of you? Did you not tell me you would destroy Eorzea's champion with the ease that one might swat a fly?
A minor setback. He will not escape me again. Where is your grandsire? I would have words with him.
How should I know? Do you hide from each other's sight as well? I imagine he's doing what all Ascians do.
He must have found a way to take advantage of this turmoil.
Men are not pawns to be played with, Ascian. You underestimate us at your peril.
This war will not be decided by you and yours. Man must choose his own fate, and I, for my part, will do all within my power to see Garlemald emerge victorious.
Pray forgive the intrusion, Your Radiance, but the requested preparations are now complete. We stand ready to begin production of Black Rose upon your order.
So, that was it then. The Post-Stormblood main story. Whew. That was a lot to impact. Well, now we have done all we can. Doma and Alamigo are now liberated. Alamigo joined with the Eorzean Alliance. Doma make a whole alliance pact with the neighboring nations. We fought back Garlemald, but unfortunately, all of my friends, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, are lost their souls. And now it's up to me to find them and get them back. But who is this hooded person with a staff? And how he's able to take my friend's souls? And what does he need me for? Well, that shall be answered in the next expansion. Shadowbringers. I'm quite happy with myself that I was able to do two parts in one day. Well, I guess I should be changing this title of this stream as the finale. But yeah, once again, amazing storytelling. Still, I feel really sorry for Yotsuyu, that she was really forced to return to being the monster that everyone wants, that at least his brother wishes to be once again. But at least we were able to bring him to rest. And that Gosetsu is now going on a pilgrimage. Now they won't be able to carry a sword anymore. And there was this nice distraction with the people of Ashen's Step. And of course this part. Oh yeah, and that this guy is survived. Gaius von Balezar, the Black Wolf. It was kind of a twist when I first encountered that. Lohabrea, Elidibus, and this Emmett Selk, whoever he is. Oh yeah, and this guy, Solus, that he was an Asian, that the first emperor was an Asian in That was kind of a twist. And this talk with the Empire, the new Empire himself, it's really intense. Sorry I had to listen to that. One of my favorite songs. So, let's now skip. And credit to all the developers. Before I talk with you, I want to talk with these guys first. I'm afraid there is still no chance in the science condition, and the means to wake them from their slumber yet eludes us. I pray this beacon at the Crystal Tower might guide us to an answer. Grandfather doubts his ability to contribute to the science. Try as I might, I cannot assuage his doubts. Would that Home were here, he would know what to say.
Everyone labors tirelessly to fulfill the science duties in their absence, and yet sometimes I wonder what worth yet remains in these old bones of mine.
You will find the way. I thought things couldn't get any worse when the Guardians were gearing up for war. The word reached me the Scions were in trouble. We need to find that beacon, and fight it quick.
Our brothers and sisters are falling, 'tis true, but duty will not afford us time to wallow in misery. Until they are returned to us, we must work twice as hard.
My brother says he will work twice as hard in the Science stead, which likely means I must work thrice as hard if I am to match his pace. Just don't overexert yourself. In light of the present condition of the Scions, even Real has returned from the field. Never are there being greater need to marshal our resources. I never realized how critical a role the Archons played in all we do here. It won't be easy to make up for their absence. You needn't worry about the Scions. Ocher, my sister and I have been keeping all of them in shifts ever since they arrived in the Rising Stones. If only they will give us some sign of stirring. I knew you'd be alright. And to celebrate your return, I made you this. A brand new traveling outfit. How I do hope it fits. Ahem. But now it's not the time to fuss over your measurements. I must go and speak with the researchers of St. Quainac's find. You go and rest while we track down that beacon.
This guy again.
Xenos. The real one.
My enemy. My friend. Had I been but a step faster.
Bloody savages!
A pity your hunt leads you elsewhere. Not that I am surprised. May you find joy in it. Grow stronger, more savage, and savor every triumph. In the meantime, I will reclaim that which is rightfully mine.
So, the answer lies in there, at the Crystal Tower. Hold on, my friends. I will come to save you. In the midst of a requiem for heroes, the voice rings out across time and space. In fields of tranquil light, sow you seeds of darkness. Well then, that was it. That's the whole story of Stormblood. But before I end this, let's go to a little, much more scenic place to do this. That day when I decided to stream all these events, all these stories, from Realm Reborn all the way to this. I'm really glad that I was able to do this in little time frame that I have. But it's not over yet. We have one more storyline to do, and then we're ready. Ready to go and face the next expansion. Not here. Too bad it's now foggy, because it'll be not much cooler to see the whole Crystal Tower. Just a sec. Maybe if there is a possibility, the fog will go if I go in here. It's still foggy. But what is this special thing I wanted to do? Well, I thought to sing a verse from a certain song that we will hear in that came from the next expansion. Nicely titled, Shadowbringers. And I thought that as we are gazing upon to the Crystal Tower, I will sing just a couple of the verses from that series. Oh yeah, and also to make it able to hear it, let's take the background music off. Well, this works better. So, when next time we meet, I'll be doing the Shadowbringers main story, all the way through. But now, I'll do this now. Here it goes. Shadowbringers. For whom weeps the storm, her tears on our skin? The days of our years gone are so soaked in sin. These memories ache with the weight of tomorrow. Who fights? Who flies? Who falls? One brings shadow, one brings light. Two-tone echoes tumbling through time. 60 wasted, 10 cast aside. 4 foreknowing, no end in sight. One brings shadow, one brings light. One dark future, no one survives. On their shadows, away we fly. The road that we walk is lost in the flood. Here proud angels bathing their wages of blood. At this the world's end do we cast of tomorrow.